I think Dead Space 1 was my favorite. Dead Space 2 is a close second. If I were to rate Dead Space 3 as a 10, I'd probably call Dead Space 2 a 9, and Dead Space 3 a 7.5 or an 8. Ah, very good, Sornus. LARP go well, you have fun? Not in the mood for a walk. I don't think I really need to spend any more time in Tartarus for this window. I'm doing pretty good on level. We beat all the bosses in there. I have some goofy quests that I still have to complete. I'm sure that I accept them. Yeah. 11:21. I'm gonna skip the gold medal one. Like it's a joke weapon for Aegis, and I never use her, so I think I can live without it. Yeah, I think we're just gonna move on with our lives. I'll go ahead and at least do the tower social link in the evenings. See if we can get to the next full moon events. Yeah, I don't know. Dead Space 2 was really good. I think I just prefer Isaac Clarke as a silent protagonist. I felt like they had an opportunity there to fit that into the story, and it didn't. It was a bummer. Man, this guy is... He's probably not the hardest social link to level up, but he's got to be up there. That's pretty tough. Actually, I meant to study, but that's fine. I think we're going to hit the academics cap soonish anyway. I'm not too worried about it. I'm still turning down all dates on Sundays, but that pretty significantly reduces the things I can do on Sunday. Let's see. Great. Excellent way to open the day. It's best that you don't know why I'm teaching. Breathing and magic are very closely related. Yeah. Okay. Uh-huh. 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 Great. Uh-huh.
La vérité finit toujours par se découvrir. À chaque jour se fait sa peine. Chacun trouve chaussures.
Oh my god. His lectures are so long and they're on such stupid bullshit. Stay awake and get academics. My academics should go down if I stay awake for this guy. Yeah, Storm's is a pretty big fan of LARPing. Lots of different systems too, right? Hey, Mitsuru might be over
There
being
you
all
are.
bummed
I've been
from
looking for
her
you.
dad getting wrecked.
It's rare for you to miss a student council meeting.
I take it someone asked you to find me?
Well, yeah, even though I'm not a member.
Sorry about that.
They seem pretty busy with the class trip and all.
I don't think her
I bet you have your hands full
Pokemon
since it's
has
both for
evolved
juniors
yet.
and seniors.
Huh. The class trip, huh?
Squirtle hasn't become a war
Even if
turtle
I
yet.
went, I'd only spoil the fun.
She stay woke.
You're not thinking of skipping the trip, are you?
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
You can't do that.
Persona 4 is gonna have a conspiracy theorist instructor that goes on
know,
for 10
I've been
minutes
meaning to
about
talk to you.
lizard people in the NWO,
Is that so?
Bilderberg Group,
To tell you the
chemtrails.
truth, you're not the easiest person to relate to.
I don't know who would give me more
But-
AIDS.
I know what it's like to lose a father.
Takeba.
Probably
I
the
decided that
conspiracy
I should be
theorist
more
teacher.
upfront with you from now on.
Nidagawa's class, you learn to question authority. Yeah, you hear that, Leon?
Ah, there she is. Hey there, ladies.
You catch them, they evolve.
I've been looking everywhere for you.
Ryoji-kun.
Remember last session when
Why
they
are
introduced
you
this
here?
character and they had like a custom sound effect of all the girls
Huh?
in the room
Same as you.
simultaneously
I was trying to
and
find Mitsuru
indefinitely
senpai.
swooning?
Some girl I've never met before asked me to look for her.
That's my guess, Gami, if they're keeping the pattern. Nidagawa.
What?
I wasn't the only one she asked either. She said if we don't find her, the class trip might get canceled.
Seems like the vice president has the whole school looking for you.
But I'm the lucky one who found you, Mitsuru Kirijo.
I know,
You're
right?
quite stunning, if I may say so. Would you like to go out sometime?
Honestly, it's almost
I know
all
this one
presentation
restaurant.
style that
It's on
irritates
the
me
top
about
floor of a
Nidagawa. He
3-star
was like
hotel. The view at night is almost as breathtaking
mystical
as you.
historian and presented it in the context that, you know, this is what
Uh-huh.
people believed and not, this is all true.
Senpai, you better get back to the meeting.
I suppose so.
So I finally added, Andrea asked me to add
Takeba,
her
Thank you for your concern.
custom sound
For
effect
now,
for being a
I will
Patreon
attend to my
subscriber
duties.
forever ago. It was something that came up when I was playing Spirit Tracks, where I was supposed to refer
Hey, she
to
didn't answer my question.
I was supposed to talk into the microphone and call an NPC
For
cute,
now, huh?
and it wasn't
I don't
registering,
like
so I
the
tried
sound
saying
of that.
kawaii, and it still didn't work.
Yukari-san, how about you?
So that is
Would you
now
like to
available
join
to
me for
everyone to
dinner?
use if
I know
it's
this
relevant.
place on Shirakawa
Exclamation point,
Boulevard.
kawaii.
Ow!
Shut him down, Yukari. I should retire that command or have to do direct exclamation point commands. It doesn't actually. I'm not going to keep that updated. Yeah, Rick.
Yeah, I wonder if I go in and say, what if I say kawaii? Kawaii! Don't ever do that again, Marstead.
Yeah. Whew. She asked for it. We added it. I also have Lisa's patron sound effect, which is exclamation point bees. In the event bees come up in some way. Yeah, Raker. No, I'm kind of in the same boat. I like hearing Sornus talk about it. But, you know, you've got the nerd hierarchy where you're like, I'm a nerd, but I'm not in that tier of nerd, you know? And it's completely arbitrary and stupid. Like, there's nothing any more nerdy about LARPing than there is about playing Dungeons & Dragons or playing video games or being into sports or whatever. I don't know if I have the social wherewithal to LARP, if that makes sense. Like, my anxiety would trigger way too hard. And sensibly, you're surrounded by all these people that are also not anxious about things. Maybe I could do it with a super small group, but I think I'd be too embarrassed to try it, if that makes sense. But it's pretty fun to be on the outside looking in. I think I'm actually going to go study in the library since it seems like there's an obvious social link to go through during the day. I can check the shrine. I keep looking for this dude. If anyone in chat knows when the artist guy who dropped his pen in the shrine, if he only shows up on a certain day, and you want to let me know what day that is, that would be really helpful. Or if like he's in a different area now that I've found his pen. But I think I've come and looked for him every day and I haven't seen him again. Hey Phoenix, how's it going? LARPing over the internet, maybe. It's more like a less formal, like improv focused RPG as I think about it. And I know, and that's not in no way is that putting down LARPing. It just doesn't seem like it would be as much for me. In the same way that like super hardcore, like painted modeling war games, like. Those seem really cool, and I love to hear people who are into that tell me about what they're into and show me their model collections and stuff, but I don't know that I would ever get into it just because of the time investment. Library is this way. $19 gigs is pretty huge. It could still be live action. You can do it over like Skype or Google Hangouts or something, or even Roll20, I imagine. The key is that you see each other's faces.
Nous ferions la vérité finit toujours
Oh, awesome,
à se
Rinker.
découvrir. À chaque jour se fait
I
sa
picked up
peine.
Life is Strange, Titan Souls, Persona 4 Golden, and it turns out Curse of Darkness isn't on, yeah, no problem, it's really too bad we're not going to Tartarus for a while. Turns out Curse of Darkness isn't on PSN, I just assumed that it was, so very quickly at the last minute I grabbed a used copy on Amazon Prime, and I've got a backwards compatible PS3, hopefully there aren't any, like, issues with that, but it's likely we're going to beat Castlevania 3 early on Thursday and then transition into it. Only on Sunday. Okay. So I guess he's kind of like the new MMO character then. The MMO social link, the easiest way to do it is on Sundays. I don't know, I think that, at least I think of LARPing as having way less structure to it, but Sornus, you said that depends on the system that you're using. I guess if you got into a room and got into Google Hangouts and everybody just kind of like improv'd off of each other, I would say that's closer on the spectrum to LARPing than it is to traditional tabletop RPG. But as we saw, we got into people in chat got in a big fight about like what was a Kaizo level. We were playing Mario Maker last week, and the semantics arguments are going to get. Clearly, there's a gray area there at some point. Man, this guy is just brutal. I think we hung out with him like 3 or 4 times in a row without getting a social link upgrade. That is pretty much Fiasco, right? The rules for that game are set in advance. So that's the Coen Brothers game, right? I would say Fiasco is more of a LARPing game than it's clearly not a tabletop game, right? The Star Social Link's already done, Darkstar. I did not forget it. He's capped out. Sid's jacket. We were just talking about the Fiasco. I don't know if this one's- It's like Coen Brothers RPG, but it's almost all improv. Persona 3 Sid's. Yeah, I think it's doable. I might even call it improv roleplay. A black studded leather jacket for men. Yeah, that's an upgrade. I'll take it. Did you know that you're talking in IRC right now? Twitch chat is a really tricked out version of IRC. Actually causes some problems. It's built on such old technology. Hey, what's up, guys? Oh, they've got new jackets because it's like wintertime, or maybe I've just never seen Junpei or Ken outside of the summertime. Let's see. That's pretty cool, Phoenix. Yo. The guy who's playing with the elementary school girl. Oh, that's interesting. So, I guess he ties into the previous social link. So he's super sickly? Yeah. I wanted to say no, I can't, but I wasn't sure how he was going to respond. My age, okay. Nani? I see Cupid there. The Sun Arcana. Yeah, interesting. It's getting towards the end, right? YOLO. Okay. Life is pain. Got it.
Welcome back.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, I guess that for me, when I think of it, I think of it as being rules light. Maybe that's not the defining factor. Whether you're up and walking around and moving. Yo. Alright, so we should get an actual. Okay. Let's say it's been like 4 or 5. Must have been drinking a lot. Don't you think it's rude to make it late? No, this is the first time. No, I wasn't right. I'm really bad at knowing which one to pick. Okay, I guess you need to shut him down, maybe. Nutty? Yeah, that makes sense, Sornos. Alright, 2 more levels with this guy. I guess the amount of time it's taking isn't a big deal. I was a businessman with a wife and son. They left me 4 years ago. I was to stay out past midnight. When I got home, my wife and I were getting in an argument. Okay, yeah, I think you just need to challenge him all the time, and that's how you get social link with him. I wasn't sure if no, this is the first time was being sarcastic with him or not, or I would have picked that. Yeah, right, sir. K, 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 K. Tomorrow you leave on your field trip. Kyoto, home of my heart. Kyoto, the anagram lover's Tokyo. We are officially past Xenoblade Chronicles now as the longest game we played on stream. Xenoblade had the old record at like 58.50 or something like that. Nope, we're almost there. Well, usually when you stay up for the lecture, it gets dumber, even if it was going in the right direction at the beginning. Humility is the true Japanese way. Great. It's gonna be... okay, student council will go up today. I think I have it more as like 90 Phoenix Rising. Maybe longer if you 100% it. Do I have Emperor? Okay, cool. I'll go ahead and do Student Council, and that makes sense. I think the PA room hasn't really come up so far. So I think this game probably could have been about 20 hours long. Going home yet? Hyenas? Cigarette butt. Man, this is because I've been like doing the student council thing so slowly. This has been like a 6-month-long affair, figuring out who left a cigarette butt in the bathroom. Like, oh my god, let it go, guys. Gathering information for a story, a TV anchor was injured on the job. The executives for the TV station called it an unfortunate accident. When the magazine learned they were hiding something, the exec pointed the finger at the scriptwriter. Oh. Is that your father or something? He already looks like a CEO or like a prime minister. Nutty? I don't know how much of it is the social links, really. I think it's more the Tartarus grinding. I have to go through the game and see how much time is spent in Tartarus, but...
Sup, dude?
I guess that even once I finish doing Tartarus, like right now I'm not doing any Tartarus, right? I'm just progressing social links, and it's probably going to be a good hour and a half longer before we get to the next full moon. Even just blitzing through it. Yeah. I guess if maybe you ported some of the random battles from Tartarus into the full moon segments. So a lot of the full moon segments now are just bosses. I think we had 1 or 2 that were dungeons that actually had regular battles in them, but after like the second one they bailed out on that plan. It's true. I definitely think there's a way to cut this game by a factor of at least 30%, if not 50%. Getting my balms of life from walking the dog. It's pretty good. Yeah, right, Spiky. Lots of variety in there, you know. Here's the lava floor. Well, I wonder to what extent they... How does it field trip? Oh, right. I guess I'm talking to Kyoto, haven't they? I wonder if they made like Tartarus kind of randomly generated as like a lazy decision to save on development time, or if that was a super conscious choice. I guess in the case of this game, I would prefer a more structured dungeon there,
Kyoto, huh? Talk about boring.
without ever really
You don't
needing
like it?
to backtrack.
Personally, I think it's one of the most beautiful places in the world.
Whatever.
Bad anime cutscene. Yoshiyama.
We're finally here.
Woohoo.
Whoa, nice place.
It is an expensive area, after all.
Yeah.
Hey, what's that umbrella for?
I guess the feeling of needing to grind, it feels less gross when it's in a setting like the randomly generated Tartarus, whereas like a game like Dragon Quest 1 for the NES where you have to walk around in circles in the world map, I think that feels worse. When it's designed in such a way that you could just move from point A to point B, but no, really you can't. You have to walk around outside for a long time.
Maybe it's for good luck. Speaking of which, where can I find a geisha?
Yeah, I agree, sir.
That's right. I forgot about that.
A lot of
Count me in.
reused enemies too. I mean,
Keep dreaming,
Final Fantasy does
Junpei.
palette swaps as well, but Final Fantasy will probably fight 200, 300 enemies in the main game, of which maybe
The stone area
50 of them are
outside
palette
is
swapped.
filled with water. Is this one of the
Yeah, right,
open-air
little.
hot springs I have heard
Oh
about?
god fucking damn it. Here we go.
No, it's
Why
just
didn't
a
it occur to me
courtyard.
that there would
It's
be a
not meant
fucking
for bathing.
naked hot springs scene? They did this
So
in
where were you
Bravely
guys gonna
Second
go at your
too.
old school,
Ugh.
Ryoji?
I should have asked, like,
Somewhere
okay, we're going on a
interesting,
field
I'll
trip
bet.
to Kyoto. There's
Kyoto's
gonna have
so
to be
typical,
some
don't you think?
animated trope that they do when we get out here.
I don't really
Horrible.
remember.
Are you serious? That's the highlight of the year.
Uh-huh.
Come on, you can talk later. You're blocking the hallway. Girls, your rooms are that way. Why don't you go get unpacked?
I don't know what else we have left to do.
You heard her.
The
We'll see you
school of
later, then.
gratuitous anime bullshit.
Hey, knock it off, Junpei. Back over there. I guess get with the program.
Gratuitous anime bullshit. Yeah. Alright. Okay. Turn right, you're gonna be on the right hand side. Okay, calm down, jeez. Ugh. Yeah, I guess like the whole purpose of the hot spring scene though is to like one, show the characters in Skimp, and two, show off characters being pervy. This one, right? I mean, what else am I gonna do? Am I gonna talk to these people? What could they possibly have to say? Okay. No, I think like playing through and completing the game. I mean, that's the whole stream theme, right? So we're gonna beat it. Gosh darn it. Wow, his torso is really weirdly shaped. Yeah, I didn't get any, like, didn't see any story value in the whole sequence with Junpei hitting on girls on the beach, so it wasn't really worth the time to devote to it.
We should probably head back. We don't want to miss curfew. The
Right.
later it
If it's
gets, the
banned
more
on
crowded
Twitch,
the
we won't
Shijo
play it. That would
becomes.
be the threshold, I think.
Why are you still concerned about me? Our days of fighting together are over. We have
Who's
no
going
common
back on
goal
its
to
surf? I
fight,
was telling
no
Propagable
enemies
that
to defeat,
absolutely
no
not,
reason
that
to
I
be
would not stop
friends.
playing a game, so... Or do you think that I'm not?
That's not true.
Yeah, I skipped the Bravely Second
We've
bullshit
reached our
hot spring
conclusion.
scene too. It was pretty
Why
bad.
should we continue on? Everything I believed in was a lie.
Yeah, Bravely Second
And
was
in the
pretty
end, I
anime.
failed to.
In a way that Bravely Default wasn't.
You failed to what? To protect the most important person in your life? Is that what you're trying to say? You said you were atoning for what the Kirijo group did in the past, but that's not true. You were only fighting to protect your father.
That's right. I fought to protect him, and look what happened. My trust for the chairman blinded me, and I fell right into his trap. There was nothing I could do.
Oh, I'm doing fine, yeah, okay.
My father placed the onus of responsibility all upon himself. And ever since the incident, he looked as if he was dead inside. I fought so that he could release the shame and guilt
Might
that
need
burdened
to
him so.
tweak my
But my efforts
noise
were
gate here in
futile.
a second.
And now my life
After
is
this
without meaning.
cutscene, take a quick
Right?
sec to fix it. It might sound wonky for a minute. Ooh, man.
I'm sorry.
That was
But
probably
we don't
correct,
know that for
Yukari.
sure yet.
Surprised she didn't evolve in the last segment. Well, I have it on like autoplay
Hey,
when they're finished
did you
with
know
the
that I
voice
used to
acting. They
live
really
around
let that
here?
ellipsis run for a while.
After my dad died, my mom
What do you
spent
ever
all
do
her
other than look
time throwing
badass?
herself
Exactly,
at random
Propagable.
men. I couldn't stand to see her acting like that, so I used to come out here to the riverbank to get away. My belief in my dad was all I had.
Your father was only doing what he thought was best.
Yes, but it was still wrong. So he fought to the end to try and make it right again. He never gave up. He believed shadows were dangerous and they needed to be stopped, even if it meant losing his life. That's why I fight. I want to eliminate the Dark Hour and fulfill my dad's final wish.
Fulfill his final wish.
That's all no, we can do. Right, Senpai?
Yes. Yes, I agree, Takeba.
Yay!
It's not over
Blastoise
yet.
time.
Nothing has been decided. We must put an end to this. For the sake of my father.
Yukari's
And
dead, but
yours.
didn't know about it. Because
Senpai.
Ikutsuki used, like, Photoshop or something to change the
Yukari,
video.
will you stand with me until the end?
Well, I guess we should go and take a bath together now.
Take a bath together?
Yeah, it's the correct response.
Yeah, in the outdoor hot spring back at the hotel. It's really nice. Now that we have everything out in the open, there's
wonder what
nothing
the
left for us to hide.
Voice actors' resilience is to this kind of crap.
Nothing.
Hey, stop blushing. I
It's a
didn't
pretty
mean it like
incestuous
that.
community, I think.
Anyways, we should really get going. It's already past curfew.
Too late to keep that from happening.
There's no need to worry, Father. I am not alone. And I'll never look back again.
Blastoise? Blastoise. Hooray! Cool. That's pretty sweet looking. Artemisia. Okay, they're
Please
probably
watch over
even
me.
worse. Did really good at that timing propagable. Great. Yes, I would, but maybe there's something I need to do. You figure that out sitting on the couch? Maybe he got up and like eavesdropped him or something. Okay, I don't see any exclamation points, so... Fancy pajamas hype. Do I still get to study during a field trip? At least he doesn't have pockets anymore in those pajamas, right? Yeah, I'm gonna get a lot of anime images in this. God, it's so bad compared to the actual in-game. I don't think I've ever played a game before where the FMVs look worse than the main game. There's some like questionable art occasionally in Skies of Arcadia, but I was hoping I could just go right back to bed, sleep my way through this vacation. Yeah, I went to the exact same spot. Changed. Oh, maybe this is custom dialogue because we hung out here. But I'm allowed to date other people now for whatever reason, so... I have to go out to the hot springs at time. You can't go outside. Ugh, alright. Yeah, dog. You made me go all the way back to my room even though all of you guys mystically changed before?
Did you know that this
Yeah.
hot spring is open to guys at
Great,
certain times
Spooky.
and girls at others?
It's just it's interesting that it's like a
No way.
feels very artistically different
And
from
there's
the
a
style of
chance
the
it
main
could
game.
change to girls
And even that
only
art
while
looks
we're
better
still
than
bathing.
the cutscenes in this
But
one.
if that happens, simply
Wow!
It's cool.
yes. Both Yukari-san and
Really?
Ruka-san.
Why can't I
This is
skip
my
this
lucky
now?
night.
Oh, because he has to get up during it. The frame rate's starting to drop in game here too. Well, that's not an uncommon problem in console games in general. Sometimes you can tell. I guess this even happens in PC games. Like you can see it in Mass Effect, for example, when they do a pre-rendered cutscene. Like you'll be able to see the. Sorry, fucking god damn it. Sometimes you'll see a pre-rendered cutscene that even looks like the main engine.
Intruder.
But you'll see like compression artifacts all throughout it. It doesn't look like the actual game. I think there's an opening cutscene in this game that it uses mostly in-game footage, but you can see compression artifacts everywhere because they tried to keep the FMV smaller. Because anime, Phoenix Rising, it's over now. Why was the robot in the hot springs?
Then
Wouldn't anyone that make anyone ask questions? I can put dialogue in.
I'll never forget Kyoto.
Okay.
How could I after last night?
Okay, we're not done yet. I can go back to skipping stuff. Was it cut from the game for being stupid? Yeah, the beach was really, really long, you're right.
Hello.
The beach involved a lot of actual prompts. I'm guessing that it's possible to sneak past them and get some bonus voyeur scene or something. Fortunately, they don't let you. Also, there's not even a save point there. It's Friday, so... Sorry, Koro. I gotta go hang out with a creepy old monk in a bar. That's what I do in my weekend evenings. I'm guessing since the artist, the dying cancer artist guy, is only there on Sundays, that he's a little bit more forgiving and social rank upgrades. I guess I'll see once we get out there. So in theory, this should just be another your relationship is growing scene. Yeah. Excuse me. We gotta be close to maxing out academics. Saturday I can see if the Shy Girl is available. If not, I think I'll just go study in the library. I guess maybe Kenji might be out too. We'll see. Construction job. Really? Are we going to call that a lecture?
L'ouvrier, la vérité finit toujours par se découvrir. À chaque jour suffit sa peine, chacun trouve chaussure à son pied. Le temps manger les têtes, sans nourrir la raison.
We need to get a KIF sound effect. Get the KIF side from Futurama. I don't think I'd be able to type even though I'd have to have a soundboard for it for this game. Alright, it is Saturday. Yeah, why not? Sure. Go ahead, machines. We'll walk you home. I guess we can take it to the library first. Oh, jeez. Who does that? Man. I know it's different in Japan, but if anything, this game is making me not, like, pine for the golden days of yore. I'm so glad to have as much distance as possible between myself and high school. Probably should have gotten pissed off over there. I say this as a member of the student council. Yay, just say what they want to hear, unless if it's the monk. Or maybe the Life is Pain cancer guy. None? Yeah, we don't need to discuss age of consent. We can move on from that topic. You know, the last time they sent me on a little wild goose chase somewhere in the dorm, it ended up leading to the frickin' vibrating exercisers in Kuka. Hey Namaku, what's groovin'? Doesn't involve Koro though. Woof. Okay, she's talking to the dog. That gets Igus in place. If she were a robot dog, then that would be a different situation. Then we could be besties. Yeah, no. We're not gonna watch any more of those camera videos after the last one. Now that I see what they're there for. Guessing we're not going to get another rank here. It's okay. Oh, that's cool. Do you have like one of those, like, what kind of razor is it? It's not an uncommon promotion, I think, if it's just the blades that busted.
What the?
Yeah, so far there hasn't been any plot importance in those videos. They've all just been, like, curving. I'm doing alright.
It has been a while.
Hey, Spooky Jesus!
That voice.
Who's shocked that he's still around?
I'm glad to see you once again. Jin, the instruments, if you would.
Is it really good to just be walking around tossing a frag grenade everywhere? The instruments.
I trust you do not need to be restrained.
Takaya.
Surely you understand. There is nowhere for you to go. You must come with us. Death is not to be feared.
right
You
here.
need only fear.
You must have signed up for
Yes, I
something
know.
at some point, right?
Excellent.
They got healed to full. It's a standard gaming fiction trope. You fall off a cliff and no one sees a corpse. You'll probably come back in better condition
It's
than
all
when you
his
fell.
fault. Since the day I met him, I've experienced nothing but pain. And I've become afraid of dying.
Hey, hurry up, Chidori!
Has she, like, had an axe under her dress this whole time or some shit? You never actually fought her. Jesus is supernaturally warm all the time. Hey! Fantastic. We're done with studying, so that will speed up. I mean, it's by seconds each night, but not something I have to worry about anymore. Always cool, always cool. Should equip that Sid's jacket that I got, by the way, now that I'm thinking about it. Oh no, Namaku. Yeah, I saw that it's now a federal crime to carry a Note 7 on a plane. It's actually a downgrade. Yikes, that was for 100,000 yen. Gross. Well, oh well. Shit happens. You studied kind of often and now you're a genius. I think that's how it works. Shoes of Bane. The Hitman's favorite shoes. I think those are actually worse than the things I can get from the police shop as well. Alright, we'll go talk to the Sun Arcana dude and then we'll get things moving here. Yeah, there's some incidents with the new ones as well. It's I really like Samsung as a company. I've had my last couple phones have been Samsung phones, so I hope it doesn't tarnish their reputation beyond repair. I'd play an SAT taking game. It could be fun. I guess I don't have any Sun Arcana persona, do I? I guess I could dump Parvati and try to craft a Sun Arcana, maybe. This will probably be one of these since it's Sunday anyway. Okay, let me go see if I can make a Sun Arcana persona. Yeah, right, Breaker. They've made it easy for them to do, right? Arcana Sun. Oh wow. Oh wait, no. Okay, I was gonna say it looks like the lowest Arcana, the lowest Sun Arcana is like 55, but it doesn't go in order. Did we ever make Quetzalcoatl? I don't know if we ever made any of these. I'll take a look at it quick in the compendium. Yep. Star Moon. It's after that. Okay. Well, if I wanted to make the cheapest one, that's Hijata Garasu. It's Aramitama, Nekomata, and Orpheus. Oh wow, would be super easy. Let's see what fusions I want to do here and make up room for it. I wish I could like deposit somebody temporarily, like put them in escrow. You know? I just have to boot Parvati or something here. I don't know. I could do a Tropos, but it's searched, which we already have. I think I could bump Parvati and the Tropos. I think I found them just from cards walking around anyway, so it shouldn't be too bad. I'm not quite done with Chariot. I'm almost there. Yeah, I've been trying to change my noise gate SERP. I've got the window open because the AC is dead and it's really windy outside today, so I keep noticing the mic go crazy. Let me know if that's better. I brought it closer to my face for now. We wanted to have a Tropos because we wanted to have a Fortune persona, but I think we can resummon one later without too much trouble. So I'll do Aramitama, Nekomata, Orpheus, and then get an Aramitama back. That would be great, Spiky, yeah. Having to clear the space first is a bit of a pain. Okay, So, Nekomado's magician. Dirt cheap. Yeah, that might be me recalibrating the noise profile. I'll take a look at it again in a second, hold on. Fools, Orpheus? Basically what it is, it's software that's trying to subtract the background noise of my PS3's fan and the wind outside from my voice. So you're going to hear like a compression artifact when I'm speaking. It's not full-on robot voice, but it's either that or here, I'll show what it sounds like if I turn it off. That's what's actually going on in the room. You won't hear the like robot voice, but you'll hear the sound of the fan and the wind outside. Back up. Okay. It's like clipping or like noticeably really bad. Wait, really? Oh man, it's the second time this website's been wrong. That's a bummer. Well, shit. Well, I guess we can just do a Tropos. That's fine. Could probably go close the window. Do that real quick here. Be right back, guys. I can redo the noise profile so it's not so noticeable. Okay, so that might be better, maybe. We wanted Chariot, right? Which is close to the top. Don't think I'm done with Chariot. I thought I still had like one or two more to go. I haven't seen him around lately. Yeah, I might just be able to leave the wind sound in there. Like do subtraction just with the fan in the room. And occasionally you guys will hear wind from outside if it gets sweltering and I have to open the window again. Okay, cool. Okay. We're doing a lot of these concurrently now, which isn't ideal, I think. I think you want to try to focus down one social link so you don't have to carry a bunch of persona with you just for grinding out the links. But unfortunately, a lot of the social links now are bound to specific dates. Probably finish Tower soon, but I don't know if I want to get rid of Kahula. He's actually pretty good. Not like the others. How am I different? What is there to gain by staying in this world for a long time? Don't know if that was the right answer, but I think that's what I would have actually said. Nutty? They have this interesting, like, mirage effect. You know that, when there's a lot of heat... Is there a word? What's the term for this phenomenon? It's really hot outside and you see, like, the air waving. It looks like that right at the bottom of the tarot card, but nowhere else on the screen. Maybe it's part of, like, the reflecting effect they added there. I don't know. Yay, Dying Man social link. Okay. Guess that's what she's wearing. They do all have new outfits now. Okay. I'm gonna do one more in the... Yeah, the effect that you see, it's a optical illusion, right? You'll see it at like the base of a road on a hot day. I don't know if there's a name for it. Really? He's always been there on the weekends before. Huh. Well, I don't have to read anything, so... Atmospheric duct. I would not have guessed that. Interesting. Alright, so I guess that for the rest of this cycle we can pretty much just go directly to sleep. I think maybe like 3 or 4 days before the full moon I'll make a backup save. Not a lot of reason to save every single night right now. Oh, I missed the turn-in thing, didn't I? Whatever. Rewards haven't been super exciting so far anyway. Are we gonna see Pharos again? Who is apparently unbound? It's likely in some way related to death. Last time we saw him, it was in the real world.
I'm not sure how... You need to go to the 4th floor, and please hurry!
Okay, well, hopefully there's not, like, a surprise mission here.
What's going on?
Yamagishi sent something. Other Persona users. They're outside Tartarus.
Other
The
Persona
one time I
users?
don't save every night.
Strega.
Now
you're
there's
still
finally
alive.
something that's not tied.
What's happening?
That's a really good question,
How many
Leon.
are
They
there,
were checking
Yamagishi?
on her like every day for a
There's
while.
only one, but... I thought she was in the hospital. No, she's inside.
Hey, pay attention, guys. Persona's face looks like
What's wrong?
Zenyatta.
Long time no see.
Have fun with Life is Strange, Raker. See you next time.
Dory?
She's speaking through Yamagishi.
I can't stand the sight of you all anymore.
That's right, that's her power. She's the
So I've
scanner.
decided to do something about it. Come to me.
Alright, maybe they'll let me save on the way out.
What the heck? I thought she was... Junpei, do you know what's going on?
Uh-huh.
Junpei!
No, damn it, I have no idea.
Y'all were relying on him to date her and give you all updates on Chidori?
This is most likely a trap. But we're dealing
You
with
think?
Strega, so we must pursue this. And if we confront them, we may gain some insight into our current situation.
Please, be careful. I only sensed one person, but the other two may be nearby.
We'll have no idea what they're planning, so choose your allies wisely. We'll go after Iori once you've made your decision.
Please, please, please let me go to the save book. Yeah, let me make sure I've selected them before I go outside here. Ugh. Man, I'm gonna die here. I don't remember when I saved last. I think it was after the stupid hot springs segment. Fingers crossed. Game's teaching me I need to save every night again, even though it hasn't been necessary literally up to this point. I think this is the only time we've had a surprise combat event in the middle of the night.
Chidori, what's going on?
Oh dear.
Why are you doing this?
No, I didn't save right before this. I intentionally backed out of the menu and said, it takes a while to
doesn't make
save.
any sense.
I'll just do
I
it
mean,
before...
I know I'm not that smart, and I've
full
done a lot
moon.
of stupid stuff, but we shouldn't be fighting like this.
Junpei-kun, look out!
Whoa.
Wow. Chidori, why?
Get back, Junpei. It's useless trying to reason with her.
It's a really dangerous weapon.
No, it's too dangerous! I know how you feel, Junpei-kun, but please, just back up! I don't belong here. I've always known that.
Spooky Jesus is
Give me a sec. I'll
talking
scan
some
the target.
nonsense. Oh, I should have switched. Oh well. Well, maybe we'll look out and she'll be weak against fire. No, I should not count on luck here. Might not be virus breathable. Yeah, right. Yeah, we're all there. No, right, Propagable? Everybody showed up, including Junpei. Okay. Glad I didn't
Watch
cast
it.
fire.
Light won't work on the enemy.
Light's the one you jumped to there?
Papaya was right. You're a nuisance. Come here.
Yep, this is how we game over. Wow, we got lucky there. That could have ended really badly. Okay. Where's all the deeps? Is it local blade, I think? Probably use the power charge as well.
Up here. This pain is insignificant. The suffering my heart bears is far greater.
Crawling in my skin, these wounds they will not heal.
Why? Why won't you leave me alone?
Because you threw an axe at us on a chain. It's pretty good reason to kick the shit out of you. I know, right? They'd be best buds. I should have thrown Cert on there. Oh well. Or not Cert. I had, I'll have to double check. There's another persona that I'm waiting to level up with. Double check. It may have been Cert. I think he gets Fire Ramp or something like that.
First try.
I told you, don't touch me.
Chidori, please. Tell me why you're doing this.
What I fear most isn't death. What I fear most is attachment. Once I become attached to something, I fear that I will lose it. That's why we only live for the moment. But you brought me pain. Pain that I didn't want.
Huh?
When I'm with you, Junpei, I fear everything. I fear loss. I fear death. I fear that my time with you will end. That's why
I don't know if I've ever known anyone that seriously has that attitude towards stuff that, like,
I'm sensing.
I can't enjoy anything because I know that it will be over.
What? What is it?
So then,
There we go, fight 2.
There you are, you sons of bitches!
Yeah, right, Namaku. All the butt rock.
Chidori.
Get some
I see
corn.
that it is too late. You've been poisoned by them.
Beating me down.
What the hell does that mean, you friggin' ghost?
Funny thing to say.
I am no ghost.
I was afraid my time with you would
Fate
end,
permitted
so I
me
threw
to
an axe
live,
at you.
even though I wasn't attached to life. You might say I was chosen.
You bastard! I've made up my mind. I won't let you do this to her anymore! I'll protect Chidori with my life!
It's like hedonism, though,
Don't
I
stay with
think.
them! Come with
It's
me!
more hedonist.
Look out, Junpei!
Oh, shit! Nothing? Yeah, 3 weeks in a blood river. Chidori, that would have been a great opportunity for you to pull a Shakespeare and, like, jump in the way of that bullet and, like, fulfill your character arc. That would have been...
I'm so happy you're awake.
Chidori?
Are all of the... any characters that die gonna
I-
just get shot
I
by
thought I was-
Spooky Jesus?
I was wrong. I was scared and I blamed you for my heartache.
They're playing the
I never
Tartarus theme
felt
here.
that way before I met you, Junpei. And for the first time in my life,
Is this like the
I-
first floor version of Tartarus? I haven't been
realized
down
what
there in
I
so
wanted.
long.
And what is that?
I want to be with you, Junpei. Forever.
I want to be with you, too.
Right? No!
But it could never last. I'm
You
different
can live
from
with the
you.
living
Since
incarnation
the
of death.
moment I gained my
No
power,
problem.
I've known the day I was going to die.
What?
Knowing that scared me. Because I had
Maybe
never
it's one of
really
those,
thought
like,
about dying,
Joss Whedon-y things
and it
where
made me realize that I wouldn't
Joss
be
Whedon
with
really
you
dislikes
anymore.
guns, so some of the most tragic events in that show happens
Chidori.
related to a gun, even though they're fighting all this supernatural shit all the
That's
time
why
that doesn't
this
have
is
lasting
how it
damage or
should
effects.
be. You can't die here, Junpei.
Don't think he's in the hospital.
Die?
I think this is like a hallucination or something on Junpei's part with the weird visual light effect there. Maybe she is going to sacrifice herself for him. That's the correct thing, I think, from her character's perspective. Sacrifice herself.
Junpei-kun! Junpei!
It worked.
She revived him. I can't believe it.
Her power is the opposite of mine. Her persona doesn't sense life, it emits life.
It's pretty
But
cool.
in order to revive a person, she must...
Give up her own life. Probs. Yeah, that's the correct story development there. It's effectively the same as her jumping in front of the bullet. It's slightly more
I can hear
interesting.
the life.
At least we get to see her
pulsing through
Bonkai or whatever. Sucks to
Now
be
I will live
Junpei.
inside you, and we'll be together forever.
What are
Yay!
you saying? Chidori? Chidori?
I'll protect you, Junpei.
Yeah, so there's another one you can usually notice. It's like
I'll protect
if
you too.
you're watching a TV show or a
Please,
movie
don't
and
go.
two characters have a really cute moment together, like someone's gonna die. Some bad
Feels
shit's
so
about to
nice
happen.
to be with you.
Especially if it's an uncharacteristically cute, nice
Chidori!
moment. Particularly if they're planning something like, oh man, we're gonna have to do X.
Ju-
Like, it's usually a bad idea to declare your plan in a show. It's not worth the dialogue, unless if you're gonna intentionally not ever follow through on it. It's a little creepy.
This
I'm
can't
gonna
be
be
happening.
inside you.
Chidori. Chidori, answer me.
She's got that overly attached girlfriend face.
Chidori. Ah!
That wasn't a bad yell.
Oh, what a pity. Such a meaningless death.
He can just shoot Junpei again. There's nothing stopping him from just like riddling him with bullets.
Hmm?
You should come back to the Moonflow once you're done with your pilgrimage. Yeah. That sort of thing should usually be a tell. Oh wow, he has like the lamest persona transformation. Trismegistus? What's that named for? That was actually pretty sweet. Budget Jesus. Yeah, I think we're gonna call Budget Jesus instead of Spooky Jesus. I gotta say, that was the coolest persona evolution in the game so far.
My, that was quite a spectacle. Now, allow me to reciprocate.
He kind of blew up the wrong dude there, though.
Takaya, don't!
What is the meaning of this? Release me!
Don't forget about your mission! This is just a waste of energy!
Does he have a mission? I thought his mission would just show up and randomly shoot one person.
I have something much
And then
greater
kind
to
of like
accomplish.
roll on out.
And
Gotta
since
go
you
buy
are
another
the
bullet.
means of destroying the Dark Hour, I will let you be. For now.
Oh, that's cool.
Know that the day I shall finish this is soon approaching.
Yeah, aside from it just looking like a palette swap, that was a flashbang. I was just getting a frag grenade to the face. And so ended the journey of the plucky teenagers of Persona 3.
Let go!
Leper's migraine.
She entrusted you with this life.
Slightly raise the
Waste
pH
it.
of water. It's pretty good.
Chidori,
Stubbed his toe for our sins. Alright.
Chidori,
I'm super
this
bummed.
is so hard. But it's not just my life anymore.
Junpei.
Yay, there wasn't actually going to be another boss fight in there. I was super tense during that scene, not because of the events of the scene, but because I haven't saved in a while. Stubbing your toe is pretty rough. Propagable, would you stub your toe on purpose if you knew that it would absolve me of my sins? Depends how many times you have to stub it and how many people's sins you absolve. One of those, like, that and like getting a paper cut is really acute, high, shocking amount of pain that is over with really quickly. Okay, now we're all set. What would I do on a Monday holiday? Set up an infinite murder loop. Oh, they're still together, but they really aren't. We can pretend like they are, but they're totally not at all. I don't think he's gonna be there. Oops. Let's see if maybe he's in the park on holidays as well. Or if it's really just a Sunday thing. Oops. Pistol with me. Nope, he's not. And there's no reason for me to do any of the other shrine stuff since all my stats are maxed now. So, the rest of my social links are in the school. I guess if you're trying to maximize your social links, you should probably do the ones that require you to be in school as much as possible early on, since you won't be able to do them later. Yeah, sucks to be Junpei. His axe-throwing goth girlfriend, Resden, and now he's bummed. I wonder if that would actually be an effective weapon. Career experience days. Okay. Day after day, you carry the cardboard boxes. Are they gonna skip me? I saved that morning before I went out. Thank you, though, Prof. Gable. Yeah, they're just skipping a few days. Interesting. Don't even get evenings, I guess. Huh. What exactly is that week? Like, is it that intense in Japan? Is students forced to carry cardboard boxes like 24/7 for 3 consecutive days or something? Yeah, she was one of the bad guys, and she kidnapped Junpei, and he got all like, what's the word? Stockholm syndrome for her. He met her randomly in the park and was a creep to her, and she found that attractive. And then when she was a prisoner of us, she got all Stockholm syndrome on Junpei. Get really drunk and passed out for a few days. Overcome by existential dread. Yeah, that'd be good. I wonder if the devs got here, it's like, oh god, we just gotta move some days around. This is the penultimate conversation with the monk, and then we can put Kuhulin away. Beg to take over my parents' temple, but every day is the anniversary of someone's death. I'm working 24/7 as if my temple was a convenience store. There is, of course, but an offering against those who much as a salaryman's year-end bonus. Time to retire. I like that better than hanging there. Huh. What I do, I don't really care. It really was, I don't really care. It only took me like 9 events to figure out what to say to this dude. Maybe we'll have fewer, just progressive social links with him to get him the rest of the way up there. Nutty? Hey Kevin. Cool. How was your weekend, man? So I'm gonna make a backup save here at my next opportunity. Can always pretty much be in great condition now that we're a genius. We never need to study ever again. Heck yeah, my condition improved because I rested, don't you know it? Awesome. my wife and I hung out with Polo Brewski, his wife Liz, and their kid on Saturday, so that was fun. And we went to we did more marching band stuff yesterday. We had another gig. Yeah, I'll keep doing that. Sounds good. Should probably have a Justice. I think I forgot to grab the Justice persona. That's what she is, right? She's Justice, not Temperance.
Cheer up, Jun. Yeah, so what do
Is
you
cheer
want?
up the right thing you want to say to this guy? He's like a forever alone kind of
This
dude.
came for you. It's from the hospital.
That's...
They were going through her
Sketchbook.
items when they found that.
I wouldn't blame
I know I
Junpei
have
for
to
being like
snap out of this.
permanently bummed after that.
Hey, Junpei, can I take a look?
You wouldn't be able to understand her drawings anyway.
Oh, come on. What are they drawings of? Are they all drawings of Junpei?
Wait, is this? Wow, it's really good. This is amazing. Who wouldn't be able to understand it?
Uh-huh. Is this...
It's
just
a detailed portrait
100
of
pictures of
Junpei-san.
Junpei. Thanks, I guess.
Dory... Junpei.
Aw, poor Koro. Helping out Junpei. Y'all really should let him grieve, like... He's had the most significant loss of anyone in the party so far. You touched a bullet there, literally.
She must be looking out for you.
I promised to fight to get rid of the Dark Hour. And I'm
Technically,
sorry
he didn't
for all
dodge
the
it,
times
yeah.
I snapped at you. It still bothers me a little. But I want you to know that I'm counting on your abilities.
Technically correct, which is the best kind of correct. Hey, he took his hand out of his pockets long enough to shake someone's hand. Yeah, Junpei got shot by Budget Jesus. We're now calling him Budget Jesus because he only ever has one bullet, apparently. And then Chidori, the spooky goth chick, sacrificed herself to resurrect Junpei, and then she died. And Junpei's also bummed because it was like his first girlfriend. And then this whole scene, like, Budget Jesus is still training a gun on Junpei, but because he only has one bullet, because he's frugal, he doesn't just shoot him a second time, wasting Chidori's sacrifice. Yeah, that's the only one that I actually felt, though, Lizard. Like, I didn't really get the sense that Mitsuru gave a shit about her dad that much. I didn't really get a sense that Akihiko was terribly torn up. He kind of got over his friend pretty quickly, the Shigster. Go to the, let me make a backup save here in case I have to go to Tartarus. Yeah, he for reals did die. I think they did a decent job with like setting that up for Junpei. The Frugal Christ. It's you. Sure. Okay. Probably one or two more, and then the Tower Arcana is done. And then we don't have anything else to do in the evenings, but that's just fine. Nope, can't go on dates. Sorry. Yeah. Kari lost her dad. Yeah. I guess the other people who have lost stuff, like, there's no sense that the loss had to do, it was like the person's fault. Like, that wasn't Mitsuru's fault that her dad got shot. That wasn't Ken's fault that his mom died. It wasn't, you know, Yukari's fault. Totally Junpei's fault for getting shot. Sigma Drive. Lowers chance. I think I already have one of those. And it's kind of bad. So I'm just gonna skip it. Nope. I'm good. I don't know. But the mods are going to be just generally more aggressive, just in case if anything kind of trends towards a spoiler. Nobody's in trouble or anything. Just for my benefit. Let's go to the shrine. We still have the Sun Arcana persona on us, so we should be able to progress directly from there. Kind of gets better when I'm not alone. I mean, like, you're not alone, but okay. How could this happen to me? It's like God hates you. I don't know what he wants to hear. Maybe he wanted to do the God hates you line. Try not to talk so much. Okay, so we need to entertain this idea that life is pain. Hey, D-Rock. I had a Twitch staffer recommend it. I think it's pretty flavorful for the channel. People who walk in and haven't seen the game before can get a quick sense of how far along we are.
Oh, hey.
Cool. Junpei and Ryoji hanging out. Best buds. No one's talking about the full moon, but I'm sure something's gonna happen then. Doubt they'll stop that pattern. I'll go ahead and keep saving every night. Just don't get a repeat of the last situation. Yeah, right. First gear. Ka-chunk, 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 ka-chunk. Bust through many transmissions. Oh, that'd be cool, D-Rock. To do Earthbound, or were you gonna do anything in addition to Earthbound? Oh, awesome, Leon. Are you psyched? I guess we need to do one more to max out with him. Oh, just to check it out? Gotcha. Do you have, like, aspirations of running eventually? That could be fun. Ryoji? He doesn't really have a character so far. His whole character is that he's hot and that, like, girls swoon over him. I was cracking up at the ridiculous, like, sound effect they had from the class. I guess he's a perv just like Junpei. I wasn't really reading the hot springs scene. Like, I do read all of this text, just not the hot springs and beach crap because it was garbage. But I was able to read a little bit in there while I was skipping through it, that it sounded like he was perving and wanted to check out the chicks. But the men do these things. I think they did both, but this is one that I'm not going to go with before. Persona 3 did men do these things. They did both. Unified style. That's awesome, D-Rock. Good to hear. It was pretty funny when he was introduced, Propagable. Like, they went to the trouble of making this sound effect of all the girls in the classroom, like, oohing and eyeing for a good, like, 2 minutes of the introduction. Let's try to wrap this one up. It's closer to being done in the student council, I think. Then I can ditch the Chariot Arcana for the Justice one. Okay. Not actual progress there.
See you later, Ryoji. And hey, stop freaking out about your exams. I didn't study either.
What's the record for that category
Then
again, D-Rock?
You never do.
Oh, hi, what's up? Studying? You know, I'm here a lot, but I hardly ever run into you. Strange, huh? Oh well, I'm out of here. See you later.
Why does he get to wear a different uniform than everybody else? So cool. Goofy scarf, arm guards.
Was that Ryoji-san?
Yeah, he said he was going
Not cool.
home.
Where can you make up the time difference,
What
D-Rock?
was he doing here?
He's been coming here a lot ever since he started hanging around with Junpei.
Yeah, right,
But
Propagable.
visitors aren't allowed here.
Yeah, but Mitsuru-senpai said it's okay during the day.
I don't think we need to worry about Ryoji-kun.
You don't think so, Fuka? Okay.
He's dangerous. Who? Ryoji-kun?
It's like the second time she said that.
Come to think of it, he was hitting on Mitsuru-senpai the first time he met her.
Ah, cool.
He was?
But having him around has really cheered up Junpei-kun.
Right, sir. Clearly, you can tell how unimportant of a character he is from what a,
Like
you know,
moping around
mild,
behind your back.
samey character model and portrait he has.
That's true.
I mean, no one with a unique scarf has ever been important in a
I
video game.
envy you, Junpei. I'm a machine, so I cannot understand how it feels to live.
But you don't seem that different.
Yeah. Junpei's back to normal,
However,
like,
it is
surprisingly
more accurate
quickly.
to say that I am functioning as opposed to living. There are times when I malfunction, but I can always.
Yeah, it's
be
indicative of him being a
prepared.
douchebag, though, Nanaku.
So if we were all like you, we wouldn't have to worry about dying.
I don't know, man. That would bring about its own existential crisis.
Uh,
Dying is the
sorry.
best part of living.
Hey, I don't have time to talk. I seriously gotta go study. Hey, shouldn't you guys be studying too? I heard math's gonna be a
Honestly, I
killer.
wouldn't want to exist forever. That sounds terrible.
You wait until now to tell
think
us
that
that?
We can
Well, I guess
enjoy
we should
life
call
and we
it
can
a night
enjoy
then.
things because they're ephemeral. We had such a thing as infinite joy,
I
infinite
should
life. I
not
think that would be a
possess
curse.
the gift of life. A living weapon is difficult to operate. However,
I still need to see Westworld. Is it good, Six
understand
Gun?
the concept of loss.
Polar Brewski and his wife are selling it to us as being like a better version of Dollhouse.
I'll try not to. You are very special to me. I do not know why, but I always want to be by your side.
Okay.
I want to protect you. I apologize for interrupting you. I will leave you to your study. Good night.
Can you give me like the back of the DVD case, like summary of the Westworld setting? Like I've heard the Dollhouse comparison, but I don't know like what time period it's set in and so on.
Mochizuki is dangerous. What is this uneasiness? I am a machine. I cannot die, so they won't have to grieve for me. I must do something. I don't want them to suffer anymore.
Alright, it's Monday, so we're just gonna go right to bed. I'll just go ahead and keep saving every night in case we get another random Strega event. Yeah, right. Lifelike enough to pass in school. I wonder if that was a English voice acting directing decision. Obviously, that's not indicated in her text. She doesn't like talk in all caps with like an ellipsis between every word. I wonder if that was also in the Japanese version that she talks like that. Apparently there's this like whole race of shadow fighting androids. One of the ultimate OBT dubs of this game. I think the dominant theory for why your perception of time feels faster as you're older is that when you're really young, everything is a novel experience, everything is like a core memory, so to speak. And really your perception of time is based on your memory. As you get older, more and more things become routines, your brain doesn't file them as critically. Also, when you're like 5 years old, like a year is 20% of your life, and when you're 50 years old, a year is 2% of your life. She doesn't sound like that in Japanese, she just talk normally. I guess that was English voice direction then. It's interesting. Okay. I'm doing FES right now, Speedy. This is Persona 3 FES. There's another version called like the Answer or something. If I were to do that though, I'd probably request someone to add it to the voting spreadsheet as a separate game entry like we do with DLC. What's the difference between the Answer and the Journey? Is it just like a DLC after story or something? I like how no one's even kind of suspicious that something's going to happen on the full moon night. Everyone's super, yeah, I'm just going to go to class. We're not even going to think, maybe we should get prepared. Maybe nothing will happen, but I'll be super shocked if it doesn't at this point. It's like an epilogue. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't have plans to do it right now, but if someone wants to add it in the future to vote.marstead.com, vote it up. Yeah, we'll come back to it for sure. Kind of like doing this, having the same policy like Pillars of Eternity. The expansion of that is pretty much its own game in a way. Got a lot of content.
Hi, how was your day?
Trying to light these days. Yeah, right? Degree 6 gun. Oh, surprise! Wow, no kitties today. Ben, Marty. No, they're not hanging out. Come over there.
I've been looking for you.
Hey, what do you know? Who's shocked that the kid with the scarf can go around
What are you
at
doing
the
here?
dark hour?
Oh, that's right.
Oh my goodness,
You don't really
that came
like
out of
me, do
left
you?
field.
Well, to answer your question, I ended up here when I came to my senses. It's strange. The sky and the ground look so weird. And there's no one here. Something terrible has happened here. And yet I feel at peace.
Have you forgotten?
Forgotten what?
The Dark Hour. A time period few people
Thanks,
are
I
active
guess.
during.
Yeah, just
But you've somehow adapted to it. Too well for a human, in fact. Yes, it's all so
I think the only
clear.
Persona user so
Now,
far that was
I
a legit
understand the
surprise was
reason behind this
Koro-chan.
feeling I
The best
sense
character
when
in the
you're
game.
Around.
Someone needs to make the Persona 3 mod that's just
You are
all
not
dogs.
good. You are my enemy.
Your enemy?
Lost Odyssey handles immortality in a fun way as well.
That's right.
Those stories are super
On a
sad.
night like tonight, the moon was full. It was long ago.
Yes. We
I was just like
met once
grown up
before
Pharaohs or something.
as adversaries.
That's why he showed up right after the kid with jail suit went out.
Who am I?
You're like Death or some shit. I don't know.
Who are you?
I'm Robot Girl.
I am Aegis, the last remaining anti-shadow emergency control weapon. A machine created to destroy shadows.
Created to destroy shadows.
And you, your
You're
true
right,
name
Propagable.
is Death.
Hey, it is Death. What do you know?
You are the shadow I sealed away 10 years ago.
No, he is Pharaohs. Maybe, possibly. Bad anime cutscene. Not as good as the in-game art.
Yes, 10 years ago. The night I was born into this world.
He's gonna go all Proto Man whistle on us.
The sole purpose of my existence is to destroy shadows. For that reason, I was given a personality and a persona.
Why did you? Okay,
They
you
said
need
I
to
was
have
death.
a personality
The
to have a
13th
persona.
arcana that was never meant to be. And I wasn't in this world for long before parts of my body escaped me, leaving me incomplete, as I was when I met you.
Even so, your strength was far greater than I anticipated. The only possible alternative was to seal you away. And as circumstance would have it, a suitable vessel was available. A human child standing nearby. So I did what was necessary.
I see. So I was confined within him.
Called it.
And I led him to my 12 missing pieces without realizing
Yeah, to fit it into the cutscene,
And
right,
then-
Serpent?
I remember.
Now that they're time
I
limited.
remember everything. It all makes sense now. Who and what I am.
Palladian!
It's cool.
Stop. Don't be foolish, I guess.
You know that kid's supposed to be Pharaohs, or it's supposed to be the main character.
I'm different than before.
A machine is created for a purpose. Mine is to defeat you. I exist for nothing else.
Of course, Death gets the form of a happy-go-lucky Japanese teenager.
It doesn't have to be that way.
It's how the world works in this universe. Yeah, right, Six Gun?
I'm sorry. I have
To move the
failed.
plot forward, she's the equivalent of
The
a
machine is worthless if it cannot
barbarian
fulfill
that
its
charges the door
purpose.
just to get the plot moving when the party's being too cautious.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so that kid looks like the protagonist, the main character. But I assume they were implying that he's Pharaoh's.
Afraid.
Maybe they're related in some way. Twin brothers, split psyche, I don't know.
Hey, don't scare me like that.
Is something wrong?
Well, it's a full moon tonight. You noticed it too, didn't you, Senpai? Oh no, did something?
We don't know anything for sure. However, we can't find Aegis.
Huh. Where would she have gone?
I sensed a
So
persona,
she
but
found
it
some
quickly
kid on the bridge,
disappeared.
but
And soon after that, I couldn't detect Aegis' presence.
Could it have been Strega?
right. Until after
She
we
hasn't
defeated the
sensed
12
any
Shadows
members.
and we finished the
We
Death
can't be
Arcana
positive.
and he got unleashed in the real world.
I've confirmed Aegis' location. She's on the Moonlight
Silver
Bridge.
the main character. Okay, sure, that makes sense.
All right, call the others. Let's see what's going on there.
Still trying to figure out why Scarf Man exists as a separate character from the hero,
Aegis.
though.
I'm sorry.
That's still a good question. You get that in lots of stories. Like, oh, their
Remember
psyche split into two, or
everything.
some
Who
weird shit.
I am. Who he is.
Wants to be close to me.
I know why
Fairest
I
always looked
wanted
like a
to be
young
by
kid
your
version of the
side.
main character, but
I'm sorry. I failed.
and that's why we had to be at all the boss fights. We were like collecting the dead shadows, I guess.
I'm sorry.
There's no need for you to apologize. You?
Ryoji-kun? Wait, what are you doing here? Aegis!
What's
The
going
no
on?
sell. It's a wrestling
It's all
term.
my fault.
Someone uses a crazy move on you and you act like it doesn't
Akihiko,
affect you at
wait.
all. You don't
He's
sell
not
the
showing
move.
any signs of
Show off
aggression.
how strong you are.
Tell us,
Yeah, jobber.
who are you? What are you?
I'm the same as the beings you call shadows.
You're a shadow?
I'm the embodiment of all shadows. The Appriser, born from the union of the 12 Arcana.
The other
The
Arcana.
Appriser?
I remember everything now. The frightening
Thanks,
truth about
Aegis.
myself and shadows. It's all so hard to believe.
You know the truth about shadows?
Yes. Shadows are here to facilitate the rebirth of the maternal being.
Oh, cool.
She will begin to awaken as she is drawn to me.
Very Sound Health
The
3.
Appriser.
Blitzball. Awaken the crystals.
Sailors.
You.
Mandi. The
You're
language of
the
Chinese.
Appriser?
Metal Gear.
Prizer?
What is this maternal being?
She is a great entity. There is no comparable word in your language for her. 10 years ago, a man collected a great number of shadows and contained them in a laboratory. That's where I was born. But the unification was interrupted, and I awoke in an incomplete state.
I think
Not
you're
long
looking for
after,
No
I fell
Cell.
to Aegis,
Is the TV Trips
as she
article on it.
did to me.
Aegis? Is that true, Ryoji?
She knew she could not defeat me. So in an
Right.
act of desperation, she sealed me within a child who happened to be standing nearby.
People were making that joke about, was it AJ Styles went into MMA and lost,
By a
and they
twist
were
of fate,
joking
he
that
later returned
it was so
here.
kind of him to job
As a
for the new
transfer
content to make
student.
him look strong.
You mean...
Yes, I lived inside him. His special persona awakened, as did the 12 shadows, all in order to become one with me.
Okay, so he is kind of Pharaohs, but Pharaohs is like a representation of
And you were inside him?
the main character's
None
psyche,
of this
which is
made
why only you
sense.
could see him when we were talking to him, and then he got to walk away as a separate
It's all
entity.
my fault. I'm sorry. There's more I need to tell you.
I assume he's the same voice actor as Pharaohs as well?
Ryoji-kun!
Hey Ludifex, how's it going?
Let's let him rest. We have Aegis to attend to as well. We'll continue our talk later.
How'd your weekend treat you, Ludo? Hey, a boy named Pharaohs is actually Ryoji, so that was correct. Alright, so we had a cutscene, but no events, so I guess we're just pushing to the next... I mean, I guess I could go to Tartarus and just see what's going on the top floor since I haven't been there in a minute. Yeah, I hear that. I had a pretty busy weekend as well.
He's awake now. Let's meet tonight on the 4th floor.
Okay.
All right then. I'll see you later.
Damn that Ryoji.
Right, propagable. What are we cursing Ryoji for? He's got a cool scarf. He's like the living embodiment of death.
Is everyone present?
Are
Seems
you
pretty
okay,
cool. They
Ryoji-kun?
go all Proto Man on us.
Yeah, I'm okay. Thanks. Besides, there's more I have to tell you guys.
Ryoji-kun.
Yes, there are many questions we need answered. To begin with, you said shadows were here to facilitate the rebirth of the maternal being. Please elaborate on this.
The maternal being is called Nyx.
Who the hell's Nyx?
The maternal being God, Junpei.
Nyx
Pay
is the
attention.
mother of shadows. In ancient times, she bestowed death to this world.
Mama Death.
If she is awakened, darkness will once again cover the land
Yeah,
and
right,
all
Ludifex.
life will vanish.
You mean everyone will die?
All life will vanish?
This is the one Proto Man song from the
that
first
must
album about
mean-
him too. It's pretty good. BT dubs on death. Yeah, right. I mean, I think that that's something you could have anticipated. I've been pretty good at anticipating the plot beats in this story. The fact that he showed up like the very next day after Pharaohs walked out, probably should have caught on that, but
The fall.
they did a good job of misdirecting by making him having all the girls
But
swooning
it's still
over him
possible to
and
keep it from happening, right?
having him be a perv.
What? There's no way to prevent it?
I'm sorry.
Wait, what are you apologizing for? Are you saying it's for certain?
Yes. You heard the bell. I'm the appriser. The appriser of death.
Not to be confused with the
existence is
appraiser of
affirmation
death.
the fall.
Shows up so you can waive your death insurance early into your loan.
When? When will it happen?
Soonish?
I'm afraid you will not live to see spring.
But that's not too far away.
Thank you, Junpei. They all looked at him like that.
What are you guys freaking out about? All we have to do is defeat this Nyx. And that won't be a problem, because we've never lost.
Well, I mean, there were those times when
Defeating
our
Nyx
good
is
friends died.
impossible. It has nothing to do with strength, ability, or power. Just as all living things die, and the flow of time is continuous, Nyx cannot be defeated.
What? That's bullshit!
This is all so sudden.
Why don't we just...
I was born from a collection of shadows.
Yeah, all those
But
alternate
now I have a
realities.
human form.
We got wiped
So
by
I
a
can
dinner
talk with
table.
you, laugh with you, cry with you. All gifts I received because I was inside him. So, I can give you a choice.
A choice?
Nyx's coming cannot be avoided. But it is possible to live in peace until she arrives.
Hey, cool, we got like a month of rocking out.
You'll have to kill me. If I were to disappear, all memories of the Dark Hour would disappear with me, as would any recollection of the fate that awaits you. You won't remember anything.
Oh man, it's the
The
Matrix.
coming of the fall will be
Take the blue pill.
instantaneous, and you will not suffer.
We'll forget everything?
That seems like a pretty sweet deal.
You'll be able to return to your normal lives. And in doing so, the time until the fall will be slightly
Because we don't
delayed.
really have an authority
In
to talk
essence,
to about
I'm
this
the
subject.
same as
can we?
Nyx and cannot be killed. But thanks to him, there's a part of me that's human. So if death comes from his hands, I think it may be possible.
Ryoji-kun.
If you don't kill me,
That's
you will
Eminem.
suffer more than you could ever imagine. With no hope for salvation, you
Spend
will
some
live
more time
every day
digging my
paralyzed by
pockets.
the fear of your impending
Gum
death.
wrapper.
And I don't want you to have to endure such pain.
You're pretty sucky at being death. Maybe death just likes things
I
dying.
don't want my
though.
memories to be erased. To forget everything would be like hiding from the truth.
Yes, that's exactly what it would be.
Would that really be such a bad thing?
Exactly.
All that awaits you now is despair. You don't know the terror of absolute death. Please, don't make your decision without
Is this
at
the
least
meaning
thinking
of the
about what
terror
I've
of
said.
absolute death?
Why is this happening?
That is a useful question, Ken. Thank you.
You don't have to decide right now. You have until December 31st, New Year's Eve, to think about it. After that, I'll
Spend.
dissolve into the blackness of the dark hour and
So I
become
have, like,
intangible.
A month to
Ryoji.
have an existential crisis.
I will disappear with the coming of Nyx anyways, so don't worry about me. I'll be back on New Year's Eve.
I'm down with that. I'm down with Death being a nice guy because he hung out with me for a minute.
Hey, Ryoji, wait!
Wait! I can't sense him anymore. Ryoji-kun's no longer here.
Are you sure?
Look, that full 28 days. What do you know?
Yes.
Is this the only month in the game that's a blue moon? Oh, I guess it's
Ryoji-kun.
not, is it?
We will
No,
see
maybe
him
it
again
is.
on New Year's Eve.
The previous one was the second. How does a person choose the way he will die? It's playing exactly the same upbeat music, of course it is. That would be a good time to make the music a little bit more somber, but... Ah, Persona 3. I guess maybe that's part of the lack of weightiness to the like events of loss in the story, and that the social link concept and like just being a Japanese teenager are all so important to the game that they create this sense of tone whiplash. Cool jazz is appropriate for every situation. Holy shit, Six Gun. They're fixing poise in Dark Souls 3? Wow. I guess the same thing happened with durability. That's exciting. We talked about that a lot. So I guess in Dark Souls 2, durability was busted when the game came out, and it was tied to your frame rate. So if you were playing at 60 frames per second, your durability would go down twice as fast. And it made the game unplayable with weapons like katanas. And From Software kept denying that it was a thing that was working as intended, and they finally fixed it way after release. Interesting. You're all gonna die. So basically, like, Ryoji is Gozer the Gozerian. Choose the form of your destruction. The choice is made. Whoa, 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 whoa! Nobody here chose. Did you choose? Did you choose? What did you do, Ray? Interesting, Spiky. So maybe it still is just hyper armor. Yeah. What boys? Gotta finish my social links. I've been trying to do that, but the game doesn't want me to. Hey Cast Factor, how's it going? How was your weekend, man? I think 5 years old is a little heavy, you know? When did children start bathing themselves? I guess I don't know child milestones at all until like the age of like 6 or 7, maybe. But kendo it up, you know? Alright, hardcore relaxing. Sometimes you just veg out, skip a day. I think there's such a thing as, like, really giving it your all to relax, if that makes sense. There's a difference, I think, between, like, relaxing without care or consequence. Sounds like it's the name of a song on a Tarantino movie soundtrack. And, like, relaxing with the constant fear of, procrastination in the back of your mind, which isn't true relaxation. Those who can do. Love Ken can do kendo. The best possible response to a good pun. Hey, okay, we just finished the Tower Arcana, that's exciting. Son's married and his wife's pregnant, that makes me feel so old. Let's see if there's a new tower one that I can craft, and if I want to. I want to recite the sutures with you by my side for the rest of my life. Awesome. Worldly monk. He's had a cool character arc. So he's not going to try to shuffle himself loose the mortal coil, get out of samsara. Nani? Let's see what level the fancy persona they're gonna give me here is Chiyo. Chiyo is 86, so we will not be crafting that one. Is that the monk was Junpei's dad? Could see that. Warrior King. XYZ. Movies and manga often use the initials XYZ, presumably. Okay. Is that a translation, or they actually use like the English letters XYZ for that purpose in Japan? Here it means your fly is open. No more need to study, no more stress about fatigue. Curious if anything else is going to happen in Tartarus. I might want to pop in there and just take a look. Which one, Serpent? Oh, right, XYZ. The purpose of XYZ is to signify the end in movies and manga, apparently in Japan. Sure. Actually, I need to get the Justice Arcana first. Let me go do that. Yeah, maybe it's a translation then. He was like connecting a cocktail name to something used in Japan to signify an ending in comic books. Never heard XYZ to refer to someone's fly being open. Interesting. Maybe that's like a Midwest thing. It's a nice, like, undercover way to help somebody out. Like, hey dude, XYZ. Oh shit, thank you. Barn doors open is the other one. See if anything else that has a due date. We want justice. Let's examine your zipper. Is it Z? Interesting. They must say Zedo then, right? There's a Z sound in the phonetic sound Z in Chinese. There's also Z, spelled the same way. Zedo, yeah. Maybe. I don't know if anyone else knows idioms for catching your fly. It's examine, Phoenix, your zipper. Examine. Zed sounds cooler. I revealed myself as a bad Rush fan by saying YYZ instead of YYZ. Back to having the upbeat music here, along with characters worrying about choosing the form of their destruction. Most countries blank, the US is an exception. One of these days I really want to do a mashup of Gangplank Galleon the final boss song from Donkey Kong Country, and Priest of the Temple of Syrinx from Rush 2112. They have really similar beat to them. Sit down on Audacity sometime and post it to YouTube. Later, Kevin. Have fun at your lab. Get all my views. He said Z as a child. They told you watch too much American TV. That's funny. I mean, the Spice Girls, they turned their backs on their cultural heritage, right? The song should be, here's the story from A to Z. If you want to get with me, you better listen careful lead. But they sacrificed their British identity for the rhyme. Brand bound, no, it's a girlfriend gift. Chewing Soul's pretty good, not for 20,000 I don't think. I want to try to go back to Tartarus next time they give me an opportunity to see what's going on over there. Anyone ever play the Spice World game for PS1? It's pretty bad. My sister had that game. It may have been worse than the Barbie game for the NES and Super Nintendo. At least those are games. I know, right, Sornus? I think it's because they don't have an adult figure anymore that they can go to ask for advice, right? Cool pirate guy is dead. Ukutsuki was a bad guy. That, you know, we didn't really get to enjoy him as a villain we wanted to take out because he died in a cutscene almost immediately after revealing that he was a bad guy. Spice World right on sunblock. That's crazy, Lidifex. It all depends on the book. I think you need to be like a pretentious snot with this guy. Yeah, you gotta be a pretentious snot with him. Never want to finish it. Alone in my room, and by in my room I mean on a bench in a public area. Nutty? I know, right? When they've been doing everything else anime-style soreness, it's dissonant, right? They've been chipper, we can solve any problem up till now. Just trying to hold off on it as long as possible. Yeah, I'm down with the whole inevitability of death thing. Like, that's a really cool plot point. It's just that it's whiplash from the rest of the game up to this point, which has been pretty chipper. You always gotta kill God. Very propagable. Fight for your friends. Friendship is magic. Hope. Kingdom Hearts. Power of Light. Yay, friendship. Yeah, so tone/mood whiplash can work really well when it's intentional. This game has some pretty stupid protagonists on the whole. Like, they don't see anything coming from a mile away. And it's not for the purpose of dramatic irony. I don't know if you can really execute dramatic irony well in a video game. That being when the audience knows something about the situation that the characters don't know, right? You can do that in film and in literature. But in a video game, it's often irritating because you're having to control the characters that are too stupid to realize what's going on. I've had, video games will do, sometimes they'll cut away and like show you what the villain's up to, but hope, courage, love. Yeah, right? Yeah, the music is... I think the music is an oversight. Even if they had just cut the music, so it's not even like, write a new song that's super sad, just remove all of the chipper music after that point. Yeah. No, you're right, Ludofax. Silent Hill 2 scores on it really well. Right. The whole, I could just leave. Oh, exams again. It's been a while. Property of some elements will exist in 2 or more forms. I actually don't know. Is it ozone? I'm not going to look it up because I should know this. What's dry ice made out of? I've never felt so da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, Yahan, can you send me a Discord message? Thank you, actually. I was meaning to reach out to you about that. Send me a Discord message with the order of Keen games you'd like me to play through, and I can do that for your long sub-block for sure. Absolutely. Ozone's O3. Oh, dry ice is CO2. Okay, that makes sense. I should know that. Oh, exams. Man. Looks like I can't do shit now. No need to study, and all my social links are in the building or restricted to Sunday, so I'll just go home. Who Crimson wasn't it? I wasn't 100% sure on your eyes. That makes sense though.
Hi.
Okay, can we go now? Guess not. Can I walk the dog? Okay. Is there a place I can go to check that? Like 10 maybe? I don't know. Magician, Hangman, Hermit, Death, Tower, Strength, Hierophant, Star. Almost got Chariot. I don't think I've ever looked at this before. You know this isn't new. Devil, I forgot. So yeah, about 10. They're not going to want to date because it's exams week. So nothing to do, so we'll go home. Up here, it tells you what days are available. It's good to know. What would I get at the arcade, Lizard? I thought arcade was just for raising charm, courage, and academics. Maybe not academics, but... Is it like stat boosts for specific persona or something like that? When I say electromagnetism, Lawrence Forrest and Plumbing's left-hand rule should be combined. Don't give partial credit if you write right-hand rule. Why would you? My condition was already great, but I have no reason. I don't need to pay attention to lectures anymore now that my academics is matched out. That's how that works. Currently equipped persona, okay. I'll do that, that seems like it's worth it. Decide which persona. Probably Siegfried, actually. Let me look at what my options are here. I want to get Arms Master. On the way to it. Fire Amp as well. Yeah, right, Propagable. Persona's magic is increased. Oh, that's cool. Feel less... I was not really inclined to do any of that before, because, I got screwed. Because I figured I would just fuse the persona away, but I assume that I'm getting close to the end of the game, so some of these I might keep Siegfried and Cert until the end game, for example. Yeah. Oh my god, are we not allowed to go to Tartarus anymore? Maybe this is like your month to finish off social links or something. Oops. Yeah, right, Spiky. And I don't like games that are in that direction, I think. I think I could definitely pull off the, I probably could have maxed all the social links on a second playthrough with what I know now about, like, date thresholds and holidays and Sundays and things like that. Probably could have set out a plan that... I bet there's some wiggle room in this schedule. You don't have to be 100% perfect to get all your stats up and social links up. Cert has Ragnarok, which will be great against future enemies that aren't strong against fire. Let's see if we are so fortunate. Sojo's pretty good. Oh, cool. Mind Charge plus Ragnarok. So, is that worth it? Like, does it just make it do double damage, or would it be better to just cast Ragnarok twice? Maybe there's some other advantages to it if it's like an enemy that heals or something like that. It is a new stuff. Should come here on Monday. Okay. Have to come back and sell a bunch of crap. See if there's any new accessories. We'll come back this following Monday. Nothing. Okay, so it's a net boost. That's cool. Right on, right on. Punching bag is strength, fortune telling is magic, so we probably don't need magic for Siegfried.
Well, it's been a week.
Sure.
You okay, Fuka?
Makes sense.
You just seem so calm. We have to make a decision. I mean, it's been such a drag around here lately.
Hey Maurice,
And
thanks for
no
the
one will go to
host.
Tartarus.
You're right. We humans are quite resilient.
Final Fantasy
We can
VII,
adapt to
nice.
any situation given
You
an
speedrunning it? Have you played it
So
before?
how about it, everyone? Why don't we talk about
Welcome to everybody popping in. Hey guys, I'm Marstead, trying to beat every awesome game ever made. You can check out games.marstead.com for a list of the games we played so far,
But I don't
and
plan on running
vote.marstead.com to vote for the next game. You're welcome.
So you're going to fight Nyx.
I don't know. I mean, it's supposedly undefeatable. What about you? What are your thoughts on it?
Honestly, this is the first time I've ever really contemplated my own death. It's quite a sobering
We're getting
thought.
towards the end. I mean, just
don't
looking
wanna
at the
suffer,
clock and
and I
the
don't want to kill Ryo.
progression of the story at this
But
point.
either way, we still die. So there is no simple answer.
There should be a third solution.
Then do we all agree
Hey.
that we don't want to hurt Ryoji-kun?
What's taking you to Final Fantasy
Is
VII,
that how you
Maurice?
feel?
What kind of playthrough are you doing?
Well, It's okay, Fuka. I mean, it's not natural to choose how you're going to die.
Hey everybody, welcome.
What about you, Junpei?
How was everyone's
Have you
weekend?
decided?
How was FF7?
No.
What's the matter?
I have to
Scared?
decide. I feel like I should probably do a launch
What the hell
stream
do
for
you mean
the
by that?
FF7
You think this
remake
is a
whenever it
joke?
comes out, but
Junpei,
I'm cautiously optimistic. I don't really
We're
trust
going to
Tetsuya
die.
Nomura to
Of
pull it off
course I'm
perfectly,
scared.
but it might
You
be
all
fun
need
as
to
an
wake
action
up.
RPG to see how they
This is death we're
reimagine some of
talking
that
about
stuff.
here.
Then what do you want to do? Do you want to kill him?
There's nothing I can do. He's the only one who can kill him. Come to
I
think
know,
of it,
right?
it's all your
Propagable.
fault. You had that thing inside you and didn't even know it.
We really need
You
someone to
raised
be
it,
like
damn it.
the
is
Spock
all
of the
your
Persona
fault.
3 universe. No one really has the needs of the
So
many,
you should
needs of
do
the
something
few.
about it. You're supposed to be special, right?
Maybe kill one person so that the whole world doesn't perish. I think we can go with that answer.
stop it, Junpei. It's not his fault. And the only reason we've even been given a choice is because he carried it.
I know that, damn it, but
I'm sorry I teased you, Junpei. I was just trying to lighten up the situation. Personally, I don't want to forget
Oh,
everything.
so
I've learned
you
so
had played
much
7
since
before
coming here.
and it just wasn't fresh in your mind, so you're going back to see if that was the case?
I've never
Or
really
had you
talked
not
about
played
this
7 before and finding
My
it out
old
for the
man
first
was an
time?
alcoholic.
I think
Started
Cloud
drinking after he
actually...
was tricked into investing
He
his
doesn't
life
really have a
savings in
character
some
for about 80% of the game,
telemarketing
right?
scam.
We could talk about FF7 since we
Drank until
played it
he
on stream
passed out,
before.
so he didn't have to
We beat
face
it, I think,
reality.
last year around this time.
I hated him for it. Now,
He's basically
I
pretending to be
understand how he
Zack.
felt. Everything seems hopeless. I'm so scared.
He's not as glum as
I
like
know
Squall
how
in
you
Final
feel,
Fantasy VIII. I think
Junpei-kun.
Squall gets the
I'm
award
scared
for
too.
glummest, most life is pain
Yeah,
Final Fantasy
we're all
protagonist,
scared.
right? There's the line where he gets mad about
Yes.
people talking about
I can't
him
stop
in the
shaking.
past tense. It's like, oh my god, dude.
Me
Calm it
either.
down.
Yucatan.
All right.
Yeah, I think he gets a little bit more. He has more personality in the end game. Like
So
maybe
we still have some time to think about
disc
it.
3.
So until then,
Not a lot of
let's just try to live
sequences
our
there.
lives as normally as
I know,
possible.
right? DM Crimson. Zach was the one with the personality, and as much as Tetsuya Nomura, I don't think is really capturing what Sakaguchi, the creator of Final Fantasy, is doing. I really liked Crisis Core, and I really liked Zach. Like there is some weird, you know how Japanese sequels and prequels can be really just off the rails, strange, and have a super different tone than the original, in a way that's less true of Western media outside of like the Star Wars prequels. That is absolutely true of Crisis Core too. But Zach was a fun character, and the way that game ended was really neat. Had you played Crisis Core before, Maurice? That's a good one to stream if you haven't. It's a pretty good game. I was expecting little from it and was happily surprised. Yeah, exactly, Propagable. They're like they don't want to deal with something that's difficult right now. You have played it? Cool. Yeah. I guess Cloud's less of a hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome, Brightside. Cloud's less of an emo in the beginning of Crisis Core, right? He's a more chipper character. Do you know which of the following is correct? Okay. Cacti, sheeps, or mooses? Yeah, I think that's why I like Zidane so much in Final Fantasy IX, right? He's probably the chipperest protagonist. There's one segment of the game where he gets moody, and it's to showcase the best song in, like, the best non-battle event song in the series, I think. You're Not Alone. And then he gets over it really quick. He's okay, I'm sorry for being a butt. Chrono Cross? Oh, Crisis Core. That makes more sense. Hey, thanks, Night Angel. No worries. Keep the sexy mofo train running. Horror House. Oh, that statistic can't get any higher. I guess that was supposed to be courage. Gotcha.
Welcome back.
I know, right? You're Not Alone is the best. Since I'm doing something and no one is actually called, I guess, good looking out to Reese for the host. I have it as one of my sound effects. For when someone is helpful on stream and doesn't backseat, but gives me a tip that saves me a ton of time. I can actually go to Tartarus, sweet. Hey, thanks for the follow. Welcome, Night Angel. How did your weekend treat you? No worries. Welcome. What were you playing, Cloudsy? That's from FF9, that's You're Not Alone. I'm trying to think, like, Cecil's pretty grimdark, but he has, like, a thing of other Final Fantasy protagonists and how like, glum they are. He sort of has an attitude of... Well, he's got a redemption arc, and he has a... Oh, is Akihiko? Oh, Aegis isn't here. Okay, that makes sense. He's a more triumphant character. I don't think he broods a ton. Butts or Bartz or whatever from Final Fantasy V he's a pretty fun guy on the whole. There isn't really a protagonist in FF6, which is why I like it so much. It's an ensemble cast, so I don't think you can include that one. And then the protagonist of Final Fantasy X. Right? He's angsty, but it's a very specific kind of angst, I think. It's directed. It's less irritating than Squall or Cloud, I think. Oh, you kind of say so, Night Angel. Have you ever made beat sprites before? It is a really fun hobby to get into. I recommend it. It's also inexpensive and doesn't require that you be really artistic. It's really just kind of like a paint by numbers sort of thing. Ooh, I got lucky there. Vamos al Flamenco is a pretty sweet song. I'll give you that. The Black Mage's version of it is great too. I mean, you start as Terra, but I'd argue, because you don't even need Terra to beat the game in FF6, right? The only characters you need to beat 6 are Celis, Setzer, and Edgar. None of which you can really argue are the main hero, so I really enjoyed that about it. Oh, which version of 4 are you playing, Brightside? Take the money one. Or, you know, that works too. I already got this guy earlier, so I'll dismiss him. Oops. Oh, Night Angel, well, if you need any help, feel free to reach out to me. I'm happy to help. Or, if you go on my YouTube channel, it's youtube.com/Marstead. I did a couple tutorials for it forever ago, so like the UI is pretty bad, but if you can bear with that. Can't go up next. Maybe Elizabeth will call me later, it'll be the end game. It would be appropriate to actually have that be in Tartarus. I might do a little bit of leveling up here. We haven't done Tartarus all stream. It's mostly been social links. But anyway, go to YouTube and just type in the search bar on my channel, Beat Sprites, and I walk through making them. I have a text file on the screen that has all of the places you can go to buy them, like local craft stores. Yeah, for sure. Thanks, Property. It's super fun, and you can start with something that's simple, like an NES sprite, are fairly small. The Black Mage behind me here is, I don't know, that's one pegboard. So it's about maybe 30 minutes to an hour if you're getting started out. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4 colors. So all colors you can get from the craft store for like 10, 15 bucks. Yeah, should do it. So this is just all of my, let me see if I can zoom out the camera real quick. This is just all of my Beat Sprites. No, I can't. Oh well. I used to have them before I started streaming. I would display them tactically around the apartment. So like I have a Chill Penguin and Heat Man from Mega Man around my thermostat. My wife has this like
There are 2 powerful enemies.
lamp that looks like it's an ivy, like it's like a plant that's climbing up into the lamp. So I have like a little Luigi climbing up the side of it. Thinking of ways to be creative about decorations around your house is a fun thing to do with Beat Sprites, for sure.
Let's do it! Understood. Good job!
Yeah, it's a super relaxing art and craft activity. It's something you can stream too. In fact, both of those YouTube videos are just recordings from when I streamed it. If I ever do another creative stream, it'll probably be more of that. Maybe for my next patron subscriber anniversary reward, I'll send out Beat Sprites to people or something. Yeah, I like the way they handled... So I pronounce his name Titus. I think that's how it should be pronounced. Other games have said the other one, which is Titus, and I owe you all 5 short points for saying that. When I played Final Fantasy X on stream, I got myself into this agreement where if I pronounced it the correct way, so not Titus, I would give everyone 5 currency points or points. So people will come in and I'll be talking about Titus, like, oh, why do you pronounce it that way? Isn't it supposed to be like the water word? Like, you know, cloud, squall, laguna, rain? I know. Propagate will successfully baited it out. You're kind to say so, Brightside. Thank you. What time do you usually stream, Maurice? I'll have to check out your channel. Do you have VODs for everything on like YouTube or something, or do you just have them activated? There's 3 of them. Are these guys immune to slashing damage? Not immune to, but strong against. Weak against darkness. Alright, well, we can get Cert up in here. Well, Ragnarok is probably overkill, but I'm not using my SP for anyone. I guess I could also do the thing that hits everyone with light damage. So these guys are strong against the attack I want to use here. Are they strong against fire? No, they're not, so maybe I can just Ragnarok them all to death. Awesome, man. Kinda say so, Propagator. Is it rain? I guess you also have lightning. Yeah. They're gonna run out of, like, weather-related character names eventually. Hey, welcome back, Raker. How you doing? We're going to be playing Persona 3 today for another 2 hours. You can check the schedule for what's coming up for the rest of the week. We just beat Dead Space 3 last week, and the winning game on the voting spreadsheet to replace it is Life is Strange, which is going to be a blind playthrough for me. I've heard lots of good things about it, right? It's a Square Enix published adventure game, kind of in the style of like Heavy Rain. It's a shorter game too, which is nice. We'll also be doing some more. We're working on a full playthrough of the Castlevania series. We just finished the Souls series, and I figured Castlevania would be a good next focus. We've beaten Castlevania 1, Lament of Innocence, and we're on Dracula's Curse right now. Hey, thanks for the follow. Like I said, if you'd like to see the games we've already played on stream, keep the YouTube playlist for all of it. Games.marstead.com is your link. Where is Ufu? That'll do. Oh, you know Galactic Kodiak as well? No? Dude, we should, so I just, we're doing this, like, podcast talking about, it's like targeted at Twitch streamers rather than viewers really, but viewers who are interested in behind the scenes might want to check it out. But we're doing a podcast about issues impacting small streamers, and streamers in general. If you're ever interested in showing up as a guest sometime, give us a heads up. Me, Kodiak, and this other guy, Pythagoras. Have you played any Final Fantasy XIV then? Wondering whether if there's any overlap there too. Yeah, we're trying to get it on the Twitch subreddit. They've got some pretty extreme rules about self-promotion, which are understandable. It's like no one goes on the Twitch subreddit to check out other people's Twitch channels, so we tried to remove anything that's referencing our Twitch channels and just do the podcasting part of it. Just World of Warcraft? Gotcha. Do not sing the patience song, unfortunately. Let's have patience. Have patience. Don't be in such a hurry. 14 is WoW, the JRPG. I wasn't sure if you had also followed Kodiak if he's been a little more hardcore into that lately. Yeah, no worries. That can be fun though. It's good to be able to riff off each other a little bit better, you know? Did I already pass this staircase? you've never seen Persona 3 before, the dungeons in this game are randomly generated. There's like story segments, there's like Japanese high school student simulator segments, and then there's these dungeon segments where you're just kind of climbing through, doing the equivalent of random battles and leveling up.
3 enemies. Be careful.
Well, I was hoping we would come in here and something would change, since we haven't been able to go back to Tartarus since, we haven't been able to go back to Tartarus since the last story event. But nothing here is different, so I think I'm just going to go up to the next floor and then come down afterward. I might try to get one more level for the protagonist, since we haven't done this for a minute. This is Persona 3 FES for the PlayStation 2. Is Nocturne another version of 3? When I type in Persona 3 on like YouTube, it auto-completes with Nocturne sometimes. Oh, Nocturne is SMT3, okay. Yeah, I have never played a SMT game before Twitch, so this is all blind for me. I get the feeling I might enjoy Shin Megami Tensei better than Persona. I guess maybe we'll see with Persona 4. But I like the idea of difficult Pokemon is how SMT's been sold to me. Yeah. I guess SMT is first, and it's sort of a Pokemon-style game where you're like capturing and breeding demons and using them to fight for you.
Weakened. Please be careful.
Whereas Persona is a more traditional JRPG, and in the case of this game, you can only control the protagonist. It's a spin-off of SMT.
Did you see that, Shinji?
Yeah, actually, Shin Megami Tensei is super old. I had no idea. This is just a series, even though I'm a big fan of JRPGs, for whatever reason, I didn't really experience this series at all as a kid or young adult. But I guess that the first Shin Megami Tensei game was for the NES way back in the day. So saying that the series is Pokemon-like is kind of unfair to the series since it came first. That's okay. This will become much more popular.
The enemy's weak against darkness.
It's immune to light, and it's super dangerous. I think it's probably correct to run from these ones. Oh no, I'm in the same boat, man. I gotta defer to chat for a lot of those questions. Turn to the PS2. I had a friend try to loan me a Shin Megami Tensei game for the PS1, I think. I'm pretty sure that happened.
Be careful.
Oops, actually I could have won that fight, okay. I forgot that I had cursor memory turned on. Jack Brothers with a Virtual Boy. That sounds pretty, that sounds a little bit niche.
The enemy's off balance. Attack! Here's our chance. Let's do it.
I remember playing the Virtual Boy at a Blockbuster. I never actually owned one. My first experience with both the Nintendo 64 and the Virtual Boy was the kiosks at Blockbuster. I'd go and rent a game once a week, it would be how I'd experience them. I need more money if the armor is expensive as it is right now. I guess that's another thing I'm doing in here, Spiky, is I need to get a little bit more money because the new weapons and armor are like 200,000 yen a piece, and I only have like 900,000. Might be able to get stuff for everybody, but we'll see. It's a pretty Japanese series. Like, jokingly call it anime the game so far.
The enemy's weak.
Ice.
Two enemies left. The enemy is down. Now's your chance. Not bad.
Man, thank you Twitch for teaching me how to pronounce Kahulin. I thought it was Kuchulain for the longest time, seeing it in other games. I feel like you're supposed to pronounce the cat that rides the giant Moogle in Final Fantasy VII is supposed to be pronounced Ketchi, but I think everyone calls it Kate Sith. It's Gaelic, where the name Kevin is spelled like JQRXGAETF. How is that an issue, Omicron? There you go. Yeah, it's supposed to be Ketchi, but you'll sound like an ass if you say that, right? So I think you can say Kate Sith and no one's ever going to judge you. A lot of Gaelic words are like that. The days before voice acting in video games, right? I still insist. Like, I guess that the lightning summon guy is supposed to be pronounced Ramu. I resist that. If it's gonna be pronounced Ramu, don't put the H on the end of it. I always said Rama.
Good job.
What's wrong with one of the characters really being into another person of the same gender? It sounds like it was ahead of its time. Hey, thanks for the follow, Cloud. Stealth shirt. That might actually be an upgrade. Ah? No. Well, I guess it's like +3 magic. It comes from the god Rama, so it really should be Rama. Have you seen the video, the Bahamut video, Omnicron? Wondering if you're referencing it there.
3 of them. Strike first.
Oh, you gotta run away there. Finn McCool, the written Hian McCumhale? Oh gosh. Can someone find the Bahamut video and post a link to it? Yeah.
There are 2 powerful enemies.
I couldn't finish it off.
There's a classic internet video that's making fun of that. I've always said Bahamut. You have to sound like a butt to say Bahamut, I think. I think that it's supposed to be Shiva, but I've heard people argue that it should be Shiva, like a pun, you know, she's the cold Esper. It makes you Shiva.
One enemy left.
That's right, sort of. Still know someone who says Chicago.
Good job.
Say Ifrit. I think when I was a kid I said Ifrit, and since it's like supposed to be from Ifrit, Ifrit is probably more accurate. But it's not spelled that way, so I say Ifrit. My dude! Ifrit for days. Oh my god, how can I... Okay. I want to move on. I don't want to split this up. Is the Hindu god supposed to be pronounced Shiva? I feel like you don't have that the sound too much outside of even like American English. It's kind of like how Americans tend to pronounce short A's as like an ah, like gravel. Usually they'd be spelled with an ash, an A. And a lot of other countries will pronounce it more like an ah sound rather than an ah sound. My man, looking good.
It's weak against electric.
Who's got electricity? That's Tot, right? Yeah.
There are 3
Gosh,
enemies
12
left.
Espers. I'll be honest with you, man. I played Final Fantasy XII the night it came out. Like, I took 3 days off of work. I scheduled a vacation. I bought it at midnight and just played it non-stop till I beat it. So I don't remember it quite as well. But they're mostly named for the Lucavi from Final Fantasy Tactics and the earlier bosses from the series, right? That guy or girl. Yeah. Ifrit and Shiva. That's fair. Yeah, it's cool. I really like the Evil East universe. It would be really awesome if we ever went back there. That's a really cool team that works on those games too. The composer is pretty great. It's not Uematsu and it's a different style, but I love myself some Uematsu. Shiva's clearly pronounced Steve, of course. Naturally. Okay, well I gotta level up. I think I'm good. Yeah, it's okay to be wrong, Kami. I did mispronounce Yahan for a while. I didn't realize he was Finnish. And when he said he was like, oh, that's probably not Jahan. I am presently level 62, and I have 1,000,000 yen, which sounds like it's a lot of money. Is it a trick to just drop 2 decimal points? Or is it 3 decimal points? Get a rough equivalent in US dollars. I used to know this because of Earthbound, where it's like they use the dollar sign, but they still calculate everything in yen. $380 for a hamburger. Let's see. Just curious if there's a new persona I can craft. Empress, Fortune. I guess I get Sun at the next level. Yeah, I'll cover that for now. No, what are the reviews for World of Final Fantasy, Chaos? We were talking earlier about you putting that as your game, and we went with Dragon Quest VII because I wasn't sure about the what the reviews were going to be for World of FF yet. But if it's going to be good, then I would really like to play it. It sounds like it's up my alley. Final Fantasy nostalgia is a big part of the reason why I'm playing Final Fantasy XIV in the first place. The yen's roughly a cent. Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, yeah, so that's close enough. So I've been staying up like a good student for all of my lectures for the whole game, but now it is actually strictly mechanically better for me to sleep through all of them because I've maxed out my academic skill and staying awake does no favors for me. Oh, that's great. That's whenever I hear something as a love letter to X, that's a good way to sell me on something if I like X. Okay, I guess we just gotta go back home. You can go to the arcade real quick. I'm gonna push through till Monday, but Monday might be the first day of exams, so it might not let me go to the store. We'll see. Don't really recall how that works. K. The old school song is pretty good too. I could do Lucky Fortune. I should have Cert equipped before I do that, I think. Just a whip. I'm definitely a sucker for like the Nobuo Uematsu like prog metal style of video game music, but this game's soundtrack has been growing on me since we played it. I still need to play the Lunar series. Lunar is a series I haven't really touched. Phantasy Star, outside of Phantasy Star Online, I haven't really touched. I'm trying to think what else have I not really explored. It's Saturday. So I could probably go back and go play games at the arcade again. Jeez, what are some other good ones that I keep hearing about? I always confuse Lunar with another game that came out around the same time. The name is escaping me. What's the one? I think it's Star Ocean, right? Is that the series that's like kind of sci-fi fantasy? No, I haven't played Valkyrie Profile. I think I've joked before that there's like 5 or so Japanese games that start with the letter V that I confuse them constantly. So it's Valkyria Chronicles, Valkyrie Profile. Oh shoot, what was the one that was? What's the game that's like a 3D? No, that's Valkyrie Profile, isn't it? shoot. It's escaping my memory. This is exactly the problem that I'm talking about. Vagrant Story, Vandal Hearts, there we go. Valda's Story now too is the one Western game in there. Not VVV though. Omega Drive. I like Omega. I like drives. I like gold. Actually, increases chance of dealing critical hits. Is that a significant effect? Are we talking like 2%? Looks like it's the equivalent of the apt pupil trait. 89,000 yen. It might be better than like a start of battle buff for a boss fight, so I'll go ahead and take it. I think we can probably make up that money through selling things. Valiant Hearts, there we go. There's another one. Yeah. Star Ocean's stupid with sci-fi. I think Vagrant Story is the one I was trying to think of. That's like, is that the one that's set in Ivalice? Or is that Valkyrie Profile? It's like an action RPG that's in Ivalice. Maybe on Sunday we can go play arcade games. Yeah, I remember tuning in for a few minutes of that. I didn't want to get spoiled because it would be a blind playthrough for me. The only one of those games I've listed that I've actually played is Valkyria Chronicles. To completion anyway. It got added on my voting spreadsheet very early in the channel's history. Okay. Yeah. Doing Lucky Fortune. Powering Absurd over here. Oh, I forgot to go hang out with the dude that I can only talk to on Sundays. Whatever. I'm tapping out on the social links. I have enough to make a pretty strong team. I don't think I need to max them all. The kid version of me is like having an aneurysm hearing that. I was such a rabid completionist as a kid, but I don't know, Mo, if you can attest to the same thing, but do you feel as much of a compulsion to 100% stuff when you stream it? Or have you ever felt that compulsion? On Twitch, I feel like an anti-compulsion to do that, and it's helpful. I think it actually helps me finish games. Yeah, I don't think I've ever played any Eastern Europe. Can you list a few, Six Gun? No Metro, no Stalker, no Witcher. I've heard the Witcher series is super duper rad. Nothing but good things. Yeah. Vanguard Bandits. Going to bed early every night. That's what the game is incentivizing. No, I had no idea. It's a big deal. Like, whether or not my playthrough of a game is blind is a consumable resource that has a significant effect on how enjoyable it is to watch me play a game. So, oh god. No idea. What year did Battle of them? There you go. For auto-completing that. 1185. Yeah, it's definitely, so we've talked about that before, that Mass Effect 2, all of the side content is interesting. None of it feels like it's copy-pasted. And it does feel like it's copy-pasted in Mass Effect 1. Like, exploring every planet and getting every trinket you're definitely squeezing blood from a stone in that case. But everything you can possibly do in Mass Effect 2 feels unique. There's a unique environment, there's a unique quest, unique dialogue, unique choices to make. So that feels like a game that it's totally worth 100%ing. Same thing for like beating all the bosses and doing all the DLC in a Dark Souls game. I like how they phrase that better. Yeah, right, propagable. Bringing my cell phone to class. Although that's a question, there's no way I would have remembered the answer to that. I feel like having people memorize dates is the worst possible way to teach history. And Six Gun, I don't know how you feel. Six Gun's the actual historian here. how do you think history should be taught? Are dates relevant except as a way to know the like logical sequence of events? Know that this war came before this conflict? Which rule relates to the rents floors? It's the left-hand rule. I guess we're not going to get to go to the store, but we might be able to do it the following Monday. Yeah, right. I know a lot of people who hate history because they think that history is memorizing dates. My personal feeling is that history should be learning about decisions and consequences. Fuyua Sutamete. Nope. Winter mornings are pleasant, maybe? Okay. Sure. Yeah, I've heard the same thing. I mean, Xenoblade Chronicles is basically Japanese Skyrim, right? So you probably have the same argument for Skyrim, that if you just rush down the main story in that or in Fallout, you're going to have a bad time. So finding some kind of balance for those sorts of open world games where the main quest line is kind of dull and fast, and the fun comes from exploring, to find a balance there. And let's stop moving. Yeah, history was usually called social studies in my school. I had a really unfortunate like pattern in moving as a kid. The different state curricular rules, it worked out that I never learned world history ever in a single class from elementary school to high school. I constantly looped from the explorers, you know, and their relation to America, because it's America. And I got as far as, I don't know, maybe like the War of 1812. And then once I was about to get a little bit further, at least even in American history, or start looking into world history, we would move, and the curricula would be at a different point. I would be out of phase, and I would start again from the same point. So everything I know about world history, I've had to like research on my own as an adult. Yeah, I think that's fine. More accurately called civics. Yeah. I would have loved to have had some more of that in my primary school education. Shapiro looks pale. Yeah, sure, there's a CVS across the street. It's the one where you kicked our asses, right, Kami? Didn't Canada, like, wreck the States and burn down the White House and shit? I love the question, like, why did we fight the War of 1812? No one could really answer that question. It's like, reasons? Maybe Six Gun can answer it. Stand threateningly. Go Canada. Your home and native land. The Strength Arcana dating line was a little bit less stereotypical, but this is like the anime-esque dating sequence. Mm-hmm. Sure. Oh, the British burned down the White House and Canada turned back an invasion. Maybe? Is it trade restrictions? Oh, bummer, Raker. Will you be working through the whole stream? Up to us. Whenever we get the... I'm hoping that playlist feature rolls out, so this is where you can restream VODs. But the catch is that it's not like watching a VOD on YouTube. Anyone who tunes into your channel tunes it at the same point in the VOD, so you can still discuss it in chat. And if I ever get that feature, it's currently some select partners only. My plan would be to hang out and chat when doing that every now and then. It could be fun. I effectively did that with my Dungeons and Dragons games, which is how I met Yahan. That's awesome, Cast Vector. Have you guys seen this movie from the 90s called Canadian Bacon? It's a delightful film. It's got a cast of mostly Canadian actors, and it's a parody about America invading Canada. Got a lot of good scenes. Hey, I'm closer to Kenji. Perfect. No reason to hang out with him. John Candy, Rick Moranis, Alan Alda. Oh, I forget her name. Who is the... it's Danny DeVito's wife. She's in it too. She's on Cheers. Oh, dude, Canadian Bacon's the best. You should watch it. There's this great scene. Danny Aykroyd, he's like a Canadian cop, and he pulls over John Candy because he's written all this stuff on the side of his truck that says, screw Canada, Canada sucks. And Dan Aykroyd pulls him over and pulls him out of the truck. And he's like, you realize that you are driving through the province of Quebec where all signs have to be written both in French and English. And he gives them some spray cans and tells them to rewrite all their signs in French on the side of the truck. And then fines them $10,000 Canadian or $10 American if they prefer, which was more true in the 90s than it is today.
No.
Hey, Zhang, how's it going? How was your weekend?
Are you feeling lonely?
Oh, cool. What videos did you pop it on?
Hey, are you teasing me?
No.
Is that on YouTube or the Twitch VODs? Oh, awesome.
I wonder what this Nyx is like.
Nyx is the goddess of death.
Do you think it's inside Tartarus?
Probably. There's another floor up there. What do you think is up there, Mitsuru?
Oh, by the way, I've made my decision.
Oh, cool.
I want to fight to the end.
Oh, you've got Hiten Style to thank for that. He's not around right now.
Here, isn't it, Senpai?
Shout out.
To talk about our decision?
He added it to my voting spreadsheet after we beat Phoenix Wright. I really enjoyed that game.
You're so easy to read.
As cool as adventure games / visual novels go.
I've made my decision as well. Kirijo is making great strides to turn itself around. After I graduate, I plan to assume leadership of the group and continue where my father left
I like the
off.
way that they did the story
I
in
cannot
Ghost
turn
Trick.
back now, even if I wanted to.
But what if you die?
If I die defeating Nyx, then the Kirijo group will have to continue on without me. But I am confident they would fulfill my wishes.
Ryoji said Nyx can't be defeated. But I kind of wonder about that. I don't think our special member can be killed either.
Cool. Yeah, Strange Brew is a
I
classic.
agree.
Rick
Death
Moranis
dwelled
and
within him,
Dave Thomas.
amplifying his abilities, though he was exceptional to begin with.
Did you watch the old
He's an interesting
SCTV
guy, huh?
sketches that the movie was based
Yes,
on,
he is.
Kami?
You know,
I haven't seen
if
none of
things
Brooms.
don't work out, I think I'll still be okay as long as I'm with everyone. Honestly, it doesn't matter whether or not we die. All
That's a
that
good point,
matters is that
Spiky.
we're proud of how
You're in
we
here for
lived.
like 5
And
minutes.
I'd be proud if we decided to fight Nick.
I guess it's the same problem as Fuka, right?
Does your
Like,
decision have anything to do
Fuka
with
is the
your
worst
father?
voice actress in the game, but you hear more of her lines than any other
A
character.
little. But it's more about me and how I feel.
I understand.
Senpai, when we were in Kyoto, you asked me to stand by your side. Do you remember?
I remember everything.
Yes, I remember. We will fight together, Yukari.
Yeah, right.
Together.
There's definitely a quantum immortality problem in video games, where it's like a character can only go on existing in the universe where they didn't game over, so from their perspective they cannot die. Apocalypse. That sounds like a weapon. Sword that symbolizes turmoil. Plus 10 all stats, plus 50 SP. Oh, that's actually an upgrade over my current weapon. Ooh, it's expensive as shit though. No, I think I'm gonna sit out. Can always craft another one with a future crafted persona. They did a different voice actor for Fuka in some of the spin-offs. Yeah, it's not... I don't think she's, like, the worst, obviously. She's passable. Like, I've played games that have really just atrocious voice acting. Shenmue is one of those games, but in that game it's, like, super charming. But anyway, I think that really the problem with Fuka isn't so much her voice acting, it's just how often they play her lines. You run into a similar problem with Xenoblade Chronicles, where the voice acting is pretty good, but after you hear a Rhine say, it's Rhine time, for like the 500th time, it starts to grate a little bit. What is the true meaning of Christmas? Consumerism. Bummed her out. Yeah, right? You guys ever watch Penny Arcade's D&D group, Acquisitions Incorporated, and Patrick Roth's Apocalypse Dagger? Finally triggered at the last PAX event they did. It was pretty awesome. Go do this Sunday thing, why not? They pistol whip me. She does say they pistol whip me there, right? Those are the actual lyrics in that part of the song. Eight years ago. Was it your first Shin Megami Tensei game, Kyoto, or had you played other games in the series first? Oh, no worries, Joing. What matters is that you communicate. I'm still with me. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, right, coming. Yeah, right. You gotta be a dick to this guy. You gotta be a pretentious ass to get him to like you. Plenty of stories. I don't think reading them will ever make me feel better. Played this one in Persona 4. Persona 4 is on my voting spreadsheet right now. I think it's !game 14. Is that right? Anyway, vote.marstead.com. You can vote to influence the next game I'm gonna play, and that's how Persona 3 got in here. I keep hearing that Persona 4 is like strictly better than 3 in just about every conceivable way, mechanically and story-wise. Get the stronger now. Wonderful English lyrics, yeah. It's like Triple Brown Yao. I guess. Oh, you're good. We got you.
Welcome.
Well, I think a big chunk of it, Spiky, is just that, like, the story is so dispersed in this game. It really is too little butter over too much bread. If you're playing the game for 5 hours and you only get, like, a quick 30-minute story snippet, it's not uncommon in this. Stars smile at moon, wonder how look in your eyes, just dialing your number, failing to press the last two. That's perfect. I think one of my favorite Ingrishi soundtracks is Katamari Damacy. I've talked about it before, but specifically like the last track, the ending credits theme, is fantastic. I think it's called Katamari Love if you Google it. It's sung by this like lounge singer dude, and he just sounds like he's dying in the process of singing this song. Like you can picture he's got like a pompadour and like sweat beating down his face, drenched. He's going to die, but he has to get this message to you about how like rolling things up will lead to world peace. It's astounding. I'm a genius and I got all the answers right, so... Your charm is increased, not that that matters anymore. Technically you can get a gift from Mitsuru every time you score the highest, is that right? I gotta go talk to Mitsuru. Oh god damn it. I hate Edogawa. After this is done, we're gonna go talk to Mitsuru, get our reward, go shopping, buy new armor for everyone. The view that magic is a dubious subculture is becoming more common. The correct view. Magic was invented in Japan? This dude is he's not even self-consistent. He was earlier talking about like people, okay, fine. I'm glad that these don't show up on the exams at least. That would be a big problem. There you go, probably. I don't feel bad about getting his answers wrong. Yeah. She's gone off rails once or twice, showing, but it's true. Because after I realized that all the teachers kind of like talk about stupid shit and go on about being a homemaker and crap like that, like Edogawa is slightly less irritating. But it's still frustrating that this guy can teach and that you get like academics points for listening to him. I would take 30 minutes of Edogawa over Hot Springs action, I suppose. Right, Mitsuru should be in this hallway, possibly. Nope, maybe some other day. I think I have to run into her here. She could also be in the student council rooms. Maybe she's only there on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. No, she didn't have anything new the last time I checked them, but maybe there's something now. It's easier to skip Edogawa. Probably had to sell a bunch of stuff. Edogawa in the hot springs. That might actually be funny. Ergo armor. I guess only. Cross dog suit. It's better than his titanium dog suit? My goodness. Nope, I don't need 2 dog suits. I guess the Shoes of Bane would have actually been an upgrade, but they're more expensive, I think. Have you ever felt like dun 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 dun? Alright, let me see what I can sell here. Right now I'm pretty much using Ken, Akihiko, and Koro Joing. Famous Sword and Slated Dragon. I don't remember getting that, but looks like it's actually kind of competitive with my other weapon there. Hold on to it for now, just in case. Probably shouldn't have sold all of those, because one was probably better than Junpei's current sword, in case the game ever forces me to use him. Can't say with certainty you never felt like dun 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 dun. I should hold on to that. That's actually pretty good DPS, even though I probably won't use him. Deadly versus Hermit, huh? It's okay. I can't say it's true. Shadow Crystal, that's just for money, presumably. Okay, so I need to get one more Phantom Robe. Nope. And one more Bane Shoes. We'll trick them out after this here. Let me see if any of those have better stats for the hero. Oops. So just go into that menu. Okay. Phantom Robe. Resist Strike, +3 luck, resist wind. Yeah, I think I want +3 luck on the protagonist. What about the shoes? Shoes of Bane. Evade wind, evade fire. I feel like Slash is probably going to happen more often than the other ones. That's a good one. Alright, let me... I don't think I have any new persona to craft into weapons. The last one I did was Dai Sojo. I guess I could do Siegfried to see what the difference is. Great. Balmung, really? So that's a unique weapon. Plus 100 HP. Yeah, I feel like I gotta do that. It's gonna be expensive to resummon, but it's cool. That's a big deal for the protagonist too, like, it's the most important character to not die. Yeah, I agree on that, Zhuang. You end up hearing it so much. They had some opportunity. It sounds like there's a lot of music in this game. They just don't use all of it. Yeah, that wasn't too expensive. I might end up wanting to use him to upgrade someone else's weapon later. Search unique fusion weapon for the protagonist. Interesting. Okay, so it's Monday. We had to go to the shop first. I guess I can... I'll check Elizabeth real quick. I should have done it while I was in there, but... I did it after the last full moon, which I assume we would have changed something. Maybe there's still something there. Oh, I know that feel, soreness. Andrew will do that. She'll skip a day, and then she'll really not want to go in the next day either. Oh wait, here we go. Oh. Really? 1229? Did I not turn this in? Okay. I guess she added these quests, even though we could have gone that high in Tartarus the whole time. They didn't get added until just now, so I could do them, but... Charms, Hammer, and Omega Drive. I don't want either of the items. I don't want either of the items, and, like... The hassle of doing that is so high. That's, like, probably about an hour-and-a-half investment of running around fighting in Tartarus, so... I'm just gonna say screw it. I'll go ahead and make an alternate save today, just in case it comes back later. Yeah, no more Elizabeth dates. Oh, does the last Elizabeth date not have a, Does it not have a deadline on it? Maybe that's... I usually look for the deadline. If it doesn't have one, I could probably go back and do it later. What's the name of the last one? I'll go back and check it out tomorrow. The next school day, I should say. Was Kendo guy around? I don't think he's gonna get his leveled up. He didn't talk to me outside the classroom, but we'll get one more with him and we're done. Okay. Thanks, Proper Gable. It's an offer I can't refuse. I'd like to visit a location. Good for you. Give it your all. Alternate save here, because it gives us a good 8 days in case there's like a really hard event that requires a bunch of grinding after this. I'd like to visit your room. Interesting. Elizabeth of all characters. Oh, 2 Edogawas in a row? Near-death experiences. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. It's a trick of the brain. It's a trick of the brain. It's a trick of the brain. Did Carl Jung really say that he saw a vision of the Earth from afar as a near-death experience? Worse than Edogawa is double Edogawa. All the way. I mean, Euphoria makes total sense, right? Okay, so kind of like a 5 stages of grief. Yugoslavia, Utopia. Yeah, sure. Go for it, Dark Star. Right, Sean. You have to watch it. You have to suffer with me. I'm sorry. I'd like to be in your position too. At least with the, if you're like behind a little bit, if you're watching it on YouTube, if the Twitch chat popped out, they've got like this cool live DVR function, so you can rewind the live stream then you can run it faster. So if you're already behind by like 2 or 3 minutes, you could like fast forward through it is the best you could do. And I'll do the Mitsuru thing on Thursday. And Elizabeth next day. Wanted to finish this up. Yeah, like the old recordings of it. So yeah, if you're watching it live, that's your only shot, is to watch it like 5 minutes delayed. Yeah, that's nice too. Maybe we'll get that on Twitch eventually. I have an open request for it on the Twitch user voice for VOD uploads. The scent of broiled fish fills the air. Sports tape. That'll be what lets us finish the Chariot Arcana. What about the big meat? Good. I'm glad he had this character arc. I couldn't really push him toward it, but... Hey, and thanks for the follow, TTOTA. Welcome. Let's go to a crowded public restaurant. Oh no, Yahan, I've been that upstairs neighbor before. I have this like tricked out drum set for playing Rock Band, and I'm really excited to get back into it and practice drums more, but I'm always on like a 2nd or 3rd floor apartment. So there's a significant portion of the reason I want to own a house is to be able to play my drums more. Yay! Chariot knocks out. Let me go make my backup save. Hey, Sailor Dan. Yeah, you're good. It's 62 hours into an 80-hour Japanese RPG about being a high school student in Japan who hunts ghosts at night. I don't think any level of like recapping could bring you up to speed, but how you doing? I didn't tell you guys this was really cool. So Sailor Dan popped into chat when we were playing Persona last week and was like, "Hey, you coming to board game night?" I was like, "Whoa, cool! Someone in Los Alamos." But I was like, "Hey, dude, what's going on?" So we're gonna maybe get some dinner later this week. It'd be cool to have more friends in Los Alamos. I assume you found my channel like in the board game group on Facebook. You just clicked on my name and the link was there. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, it makes it pop up with a little like, there's like a little square that pops up in the corner when someone says my name. So there's a couple people that like type it as a habit, but I have it turned off for them because otherwise it obscures the bottom of chat. But it's a good way to get my attention otherwise. Yeah, kids shooting themselves in the head to summon ghosts. To fight other ghosts. It's a pretty cool deal on the whole. So Dan flew.
I thought you were gonna go visit your mother's grave.
Oh, hi, Sonata-san.
Is this where you should be?
Well, I was planning to. But when I thought about what I was gonna say, I just
Really,
didn't say it
Sailor?
right.
That's crazy.
There are things I still need to do before I talk to her again.
Yeah, same here. I don't have anything I need to tell
That's
Shinji
outstanding.
right now. I have my own stuff
No,
to
you're good,
deal with.
Joey. If it gets to the point where my
An
chat box is
undefeatable
constantly
enemy, huh?
obscured, I just turn it off for a
Gosh.
user. It's not a big deal.
Wonder what it's
You
like.
still get my attention regardless.
You got me. But it doesn't matter because I've made up my mind. I'm gonna look it
I might
straight
send a
in the
request to
eyes.
the chatty developers and see if you can like keep the colored text but turn off the little pop-up.
I like the
I don't
sound
think
of
that's
that.
possible right now.
You can count me in too.
Sure can, although unfortunately the kitties are not hanging out today. They've been hanging out just about every day so far, but I haven't seen them today. I missed it, I was paying attention to chat. Why do I have a holiday today? What's Wednesday the 23rd? Is that like a break thing in Japan for Christmas and annual gift man and shit like that? Or it seems like all the holidays in this game so far have been pretty legit. Womp womp, it's empty couch cam today. No kitties. Great sadness. They might be in here soon, like I assume that they're getting hungry by now. Emperor's birthday. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't think there's anything I can do during the day. I guess I can go to the arcade real quick. I'm so sorry! They're usually here. They're usually being so soft and furry. If it's a cat show. Guess I'll have server quotes. I was gonna do that on Thursday. So I'm also gonna do Mitsuru's thing then. Yeah. Make a Nekomato. Actually, it's weird that they're not in here. I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna go check on the kitties. One sec. Hey, kitties! Now they're here. How did they think I'm feeding them? That was a mistake. I should have taken advantage of the fact that Ben wasn't moving around and knocking shit over all the time. Christmas Eve is a day for couples to spend time together and give gifts. Yeah, I'll stay up for this one. I'm actually kind of interested to know. Day which is celebrated where lives are differently from country to country. Valentine's Day. Oh, didn't actually tell me anything. That would have been cool. Ben, Marty. Are you so soft and furry? I think it would be rude to go out with Yuko there since we're dating the other girl now, right? Maybe that increases your social rank with her at that point or something. Okay, so we have to talk to Mitsuru. We have to do Elizabeth's date, and then we have to progress the Justice social link today, so a couple things. Not until rank 7. Drag my shoes in here earlier. Oh, she's not here. Okay, well, is Mitsuru always in the same area? I thought she was always in that one hallway. You can call me Snowball because my fur is pretty and white. Hey, thanks for the follow. Oh yeah, thanks for the follow, Sailor. There's like a Christmas scene for like whoever you happen to have enough social rank with at the time, I'm guessing.
suffit s'atteindre
Like a couple's night. Okay.
chaussures à 100 pieds. Le temps rongé en étant
Alright, I'll try it the following Tuesday.
la vérité finit
Oh, rats! I missed out on a pervy anime scene. What a bummer. Drats upon drats. The English language isn't sufficient to characterize the scope of my disappointment. Yeah, no. A cool kid with his hand in his pockets. Really? It's not? That seems shocking, given the pattern of the game so far. So, like, I turned down the Christmas Eve date. Oh, that's right, I gotta talk to Rieger. I remember. Oh, cool, I can edit it later. Send me a Discord message so I remember. Oh, that's right, she has voice acting. My bad, this is the student dormitory. Elizabeth is like a spooky ghost lady who lives in the spooky ghost lobby.
So, this is
She's
your
only like
room.
heard of the
I've never seen
prime
any
material
of these
plane
things
and not
before.
really visited before. So she's kind of like what Igas is supposed to be. She sort of acts like a robot that's experiencing the world for the first time.
Well,
And it's cute. Oh, God
did
damn
it
it.
make you a little suspicious?
Ellipsis skipped her text again.
I see.
I'm just gonna take my hands off the controller
I
and
do
let them have their
something I'd like to talk
5-second
to you
pause
about.
on the ellipsis. Magical alternate dimension girl. Oh really?
During my
No, who does she
forays
voice
into
as
your
Joy?
world,
She's a good voice
I
actress, I like her.
encountered many things.
Thanks,
All
Kami.
of
You're
them
looking
are
at it, I'll fix it
treasured
after stream.
memories, each one a polished, glittering gem. Walking around the crowded Port Island streets, sampling the local cuisine, idling the hours away at the shrine, even attending your school for a day.
That's Mitsuru?
That's when I came to a realization.
You could hear that. Really?
I
That's
had
interesting.
consciously been requesting to visit places that were more and more central to your life. And so today, I requested to visit the one place in your world that I could learn the most about.
Look at the protagonist's
I
room. There's
requested to
nothing
visit
in
your
there.
room.
Empty shelves. Empty desk.
If I may be so bold.
Oh yeah, we're approaching the first year anniversary of Bob Ross being on Twitch. I think it means they're gonna
Do
re-air
you
everything.
recall the day you gave me a tour of your school? How I mentioned that I felt very fulfilled when I touched you?
Shelves. Ah, the longest journey.
It was the first time I ever felt that way. Why did I feel so fulfilled? After coming here, I can finally answer
So
that
many
question.
quotes. You can see the full database if you're interested. It's quotes.marstead.com.
I could feel
It's just
what
links
you
to a
feel
tab at
and truly
commands.marstead.com.
experience your life for the first time. We who reside in the Velvet Room wait with great anticipation for guests. Their arrival is our only link to the outside world and gives us a reason to be. By touching you like this, I can have that all for myself. I'll put it more plainly. I'm naive to the ways of your world, and there must have been many times I seemed to act quite strangely. However, even I am not blind to the significance of calling upon a gentleman in his own room. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like you to
Is this
try
really
to-
happening? This is seriously happening? We're gonna gently decline.
I understand.
I will refrain from asking any further.
That was way more intense than I was expecting. I kind of don't like that at all.
Like a completely different
I guess
person
maybe
when
it's in
Elizabeth
character for her,
first stepped
because
into
her whole
the
thing is
world.
she's just like blindly just
If I
wants to
stay
like
on
try
my
everything
side
out,
any
and that
more,
would be one of the things that
I
she'd want to
fear
try
I will
out.
forget
But
my duties entirely.
I didn't get any sort of
And
like
that
sexual
would be
connotation in any of the
severe
previous
disadvantage,
dating
wouldn't
sequences with her.
That is why I'll draw a line under my visits here and remain on my side from now on. Thank you very much for acting as a guide on my journey of discovery. I'm very grateful.
Yeah, I at least appreciate they did that with the Yuko
Though
scene
the
too.
sorrow
You spent the
may
night
be
with Yuko and
sweet,
it cuts away,
let
but
us
still.
part.
Walked around with his hands in his pockets too much, man. I object to the way this game incentivizes cheating. You go and get to rank 10 social with the person with the strength arcana. No probs. Alright, so there's nothing else to do today because everybody's busy because it's Christmas, so we're just gonna go play at the arcade for the rest of Christmas Eve. And then next week, Tuesday, assuming we make it to Tuesday before the end of the world, we have until 12:31. Do punching bag. He's kind of a douche. Yeah, there have been a lot of situations where the game has given me multiple choices to progress the story, and I hated all of them because they all sound douchey. I think it was a pretty great Christmas. Don't take advantage of a spooky ghost lady. Don't take advantage of an ex-girlfriend who thinks we're still dating when clearly I'm dating another girl now because that's what the game wants me to do. And go play video games until midnight. That sounds like every Christmas. Yeah, you picked up on that too. I don't like that that's the right way to do most social links, to tell them what they want to hear. A couple exceptions, I think. Like the monk in the bar wants you to say what you don't think he wants to hear. He thinks that's more interesting or exciting, maybe. Right, prop. So Christmas Day itself is not a holiday? That's interesting. Just like a couple's night. A lot of what I know about Christmas around the world is confused with the way it's treated in The Simpsons with Annual Gift Man. Alright, good night, Raker. Thanks for hanging out. See you next time. I'm glad that they let you friend zone people. That's much better. It doesn't feel right. It feels kind of slimy in this one. That you can progress all of them. Oh my god, they're still going on about the cigarette butt. This was like 7 months ago now. Expulsion, huh? Behind D. I think he wants to hear me say he should suffer. Look how happy he is. Eve is the holiday more than day. Interesting. Nutty? Okay, we're super close to additional actual gameplay in Persona, I think. I don't know what's going to happen at the next full moon, but they keep underscoring that something's going to happen. The world is going to end, but... What a terrible Christmas. It'd be nice if there were multiple stages of great condition. If you slept early every night for a month, as the character's doing now. He's getting like 12 hours a night. Today's the last day of the second semester. Oh, really? Okay. So I guess that knocks out some social links, presumably. I guess I won't be able to see Mitsuru. I would have had to have gotten it on that Tuesday. Yeah, that's right. Stop relying on your parents so much. What is kotatsu? I don't think I've recognized that word. That was a futon. Yeah, I'll stay awake. I'm already in great condition. Oh, is it like a couch? Heated table with a blanket on top. Is it like something that's ceremonially slept on at Christmas time or something? Okay, Joing. Oh, where are you? I've got a bunch of folks in your part of the world, actually. Because I usually stream around EU prime time. Yeah, thanks for popping in. It's really cool that you found the channel through Ghost Trick. It's just fun to see how games that I played a long time ago are still getting people in here way after the fact. It's fun. Look forward to seeing you around and hope you sleep well. You don't sleep on them? Was it like a massage kind of thing? Awesome. Well, welcome. Yeah, and sleep well. Good to have you.
Welcome back.
No, Mitsuru would have been there in the hallway. I thought she would only be there Tuesdays and Thursdays. Whatever. I'm sure it's not important. The last reward she gave us was pretty crappy, too. Ah, thank you, Sornus. Gotcha. Well, this game has taught me to fear furniture, so... Hi, Ben. Are you so mopey? Nope, Ben.
Huh? Junpei-kun?
Oh, hey, Fuka.
What are you doing here?
Sure, that makes sense.
Nothing, really. I come here when I'm feeling down.
Is that Chidori's sketchbook?
Shells.
Yeah. This is where I first
Has
met
that
her.
graffiti been on the ground the whole game?
What are you doing here?
There's another one over by the dorm. I'm just sort of
I
noticing
went home
those.
for a bit. I've been going back there a lot lately.
I see.
Satan works at IKEA in the Persona
You know,
universe.
you've really changed, Fuka. You're totally different from when you first came to the dorm.
It's kind of true.
Really?
Yeah, you were so timid back then. But now you're so...
That's a good way to put it,
strong.
Joy. Yeah, they just kind of wrote themselves into a corner there.
You've changed too, Junpei-kun.
Yukaton said the same thing. But I don't think so.
Maybe it's there's so many people
I mean,
with apathy
just
syndrome
the
no
other
one
day,
cares
I
to
got
clean
all
it up.
freaked out about being scared. I am such a wuss.
That's not true.
But I really was scared. Actually, I'm still scared.
That seems reasonable.
But after thinking about it, I realized that I don't want to lose my memory. If I forget everything, that means I'll forget Chidori.
Oh
too.
no, I haven't heard that
I
one,
wouldn't even be
Joy.
alive right now if it wasn't for her.
Dropping new TV tropes
So I say
on me.
F that.
Pair the spares. Yeah.
You're scared because you're not running away. That's nothing to
There's
be
a great
ashamed of.
it's the last season of Futurama, which people don't like quite
Fuka.
as much, but there's one where
why I want
Hermes
to
is like
protect
pairing up
everyone.
everybody, and
Think about it.
he's paired
The
everyone up,
dark
and the only
hour
one
is
left for him
really
to pair up with
scary
is
too,
Zoidberg, and
isn't it?
Zoidberg's just like,
But our
screwed
personas
again, my
awakened,
friend.
And we're here today. The future
See, there's like a
hasn't
YouTube
been
clip of it.
decided yet. And I want to be true to myself.
True to yourself. You're really something, Fuka.
It's way out of character for Zoidberg, but it was super funny.
We should fight.
I agree.
Yeah, that's right, video. Yeah, I do. Junpei has really good character development. I agree. I've said that to Andrea before. So Andrea, my wife, she really likes like competence porn. So she likes movies and TV shows that have characters that are like Batman. They're like perfect logicians. They're very unflawed. But I like characters that start off really flawed, so that they have there's room for them to have an arc and grow. As much as that's fun, you know, it's cool to watch Batman type characters sometimes. Yeah, I could hear that. Best character development of the main cast, and a lot of it had to do with how poorly he started out, right? There's a reason people like, you know, Luke Skywalker, who you meet Luke Skywalker and he's like a whiny brat. But Uncle Owen, we go to Tashi's station and pick up some power converters. And he's a badass, and it's fun because you go on that journey with him to become a badass, and there's more of that same graffiti that's everywhere. Oh, I thought that was letting me investigate the graffiti. Yeah, he doesn't. Batman doesn't really have arcs in the same way. He's a fairly static character. Never felt like dun 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 dun. Okay, so that means I just dropped Tsukukaja, so I might want to get another one of those auto Tsukukaja items. Or pick up one of these other things here. Could also do the Omega Drive and hope for the best. Not that I really physically attack with him often, maybe that's not the best idea. Maybe we want... Here's his max XP. I'll talk to, I think, I guess I could go buy one. Got two. Let's get the max SP by 30%. Speed enhancer. Less good on boss fights, but nice to have some evasion at the beginning. Hit harder. I could do max HP. And it's probably better with having the the plus 100 HP from the Balmung sword I just got. Nice, Yahat. Yeah, I think I can justify that. It's so important to not die. Can at least do stuff if he's the only surviving character, you know? Yeah, that's pretty good. It's extra 100-some HP. Take it. Hooray! Yeah, thanks to Mo's host. Appreciate that, man. Be streaming for another 45 minutes. One from 12 to 5 Pacific most days, so 45 minutes from now is a normal stopping time on Monday through Friday. How do you feel about a pink alligator? Say what? I say, if your girl starts acting up, then you take her friend. Turned out to be pink. He's so visible he can't hunt for food easily. Am I the bird that can't fly? There's a pretty cool scene in Luke Cage that's talking about this. Maybe someone can name the bird. It's like a bird that like picks the food out of the alligator's teeth. It's a really well shot, well written, tense sequence. Okay, I think I was the right answer. Alright, looks like he's getting over crawling in his skin. His wounds, they will not heal. Nutty? Yeah, it looks like we almost always get a rank up with him since we can only talk to him on Sundays. Maybe that'll change now that it's higher, but... This guy's wound literally will not heal. That's
Hi,
true.
how was your day?
Yeah, taking Coral for a walk. Yeah, I'll go with Junpei, why not? I don't know if there's a benefit to going on walks with other people, going by yourself. Yeah, I like when they do that, enjoying... Subverting the expectation is usually a good idea. The little girl was Hanged Man, I think, which is supposed to be sacrifice? Is that right? I don't know my tarot arcana. I learned more about it from playing Persona, because they steep you in it. Universal time. I could phrase it in GMT, but... I think I have the GMT conversion down there. UDT, whatever. Time zones are a nightmare in general. I don't have any social links to do. The only thing I can really do is go to the arcade, so I'll do that real quick. It's +8 from Pacific? Okay. I'll try to just keep that in mind as a mental note. So I start streaming at 8 o'clock GMT. And end at 1 AM. Still have to max out the Fool Arcana. I assume that's going to happen soonish. It would be nice if, like, since the Fool Arcana is the one you start with, if one of the highest level one in the games is from there. I think it maxes out at, yeah, level 90. Or if he has 2 Electric Boogaloo. I think I still have Siegfried equipped. I doubt the game's actually going to give me a choice. Be interesting if it does and just gives you an ending right there. If you're like, yeah, you know, we'll just kill you and experience death for free. No, we gotta fight Nyx. There's no way she's actually invincible. Doesn't UTC... Right. Yeah, we could all observe UTC. Because it's the same time UTC for everyone right now. You just have to become accustomed to the fact that where you live, a normal work schedule might not be from 9 to 5 UTC. But aren't UTC and GMT, isn't it the same time? Like if it's, you know, 12:20 GMT right now, does that mean that it's also 12:20 UTC? That would definitely simplify things a lot if people would just be willing to deal with it. Okay, they're all the same block of time, but UTC itself is not a time zone. Sure. Yeah. Why don't they just... Why don't they just convert to UTC? Just overnight. Horror House we don't need. We can try Mole Whackers. I don't know what that gives. Accuracy, maybe? It might be too late for Metric. I still am hopeful, but...
Sup, dude?
Does sound effect get really quiet or something? Hold on. I think that went through, didn't it? Holy shit. Oops. I'll play that again. I could hear it in the corner of my ear. I meant to turn the cooldown down to 1 and I accidentally turned the volume down to 1. Whoops. You know, why don't they just give me Pokemon tracking? Good card. Did that for several of these. Good catch.
They just do things how I want.
Go. I can't believe I even heard it on the edge of my hearing. Yeah. No daylight savings time would be nice. Oh, did they use daylight savings time, GMT? Did they get off by an hour? Half the year? Yeah, right, Sailor Dan. That is exactly what people would complain about. I've heard people naively complain like, oh, I'd have to convert all the time. It's like, no, you'd have to convert once. Once everyone's using it, you're not doing that conversion constantly. Oh, that's awful, Serp. Zulu Romeo and Zulu uniform?
Hey, can I talk to you?
Sure. Yeah, abolishing daylight savings time would be nice as well. There's a really good. I think it's Number File. If it's not Number File, it's Bradley's
Hey, I have
spin-off
good
channel
news.
about
Igus is coming
what a
back
nightmare
today.
dates
Mitsuru
and
Senpai said her
times
wounds
are
had
for
finally
computers. Let me
healed.
see if I can find it.
We're meeting in the lounge tonight. Don't forget, okay? See ya!
Computer Files is channel. Really, really good video. I recommend you watch it. I'll throw this in Discord as well in case anybody misses it. Love this guy. He also did that video I posted about compression. Give you a intuition for why when you see like snow or confetti in a video, it makes the compression look awful. How many gallons are in a liter? I guess the way they'd phrase so instead of saying I had to pay more for the same number of units of gas, they would say, you know, I had to put way more gas into my car. I think it looks like it's about a liter is about a quarter of a gallon. You know. I had to put 4 times as much gas in my car. Like, that's not how it works. Yeah. But I think to Sailor Dan's point, people are so stupid that they would, even if the conversion worked out that way, they would still, anytime they see the price of gas fluctuate, they would find a way to connect that to the metric system conversion. I promise you. Yay, Google. Because we switched to that commie metric system. There's a really good Archer quote about converting to metric. What's Archer? He's like, wow, when you list those other countries, you don't really think about them as having their shit together.
I'm back, everyone. Sorry
Yeah, no, I
to
hear you,
have worried
Swanky.
you all.
I actually wasn't sure.
Man, I'm glad to see you. I was getting nervous.
You have to have a lot of advertisements,
Me
billboards.
too. I was fearing the worst.
I'm a machine, so I can always be rebuilt.
That's right, I have to switch my
Even if I was
indications over to
completely
DT,
The
Yahan.
programming data necessary to recreate me would still exist.
Hey, don't talk about yourself like that.
And Guam, but that's part of the US, right?
They said another week would be required for a complete recovery, but I had the process expedited. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve.
I'm sorry for
Yeah,
all the
you're probably
trouble
evil.
I've caused. Mitsuru-san visited me at the lab and told me everything. That must have been difficult for you
Told
all
you
to
your weight
hear.
in stones? That's fantastic.
Have you been
I love
well?
weird,
I mean,
archaic units of measure.
Considering the circumstances. If that's true, 10 years ago
I'm surprised they didn't make individual party members social links. Kind of like the Mass Effect choice, right?
But if I hadn't done
Sounds like
that
that's what they
to
did
you,
in
you
the
wouldn't be
PSP
suffering.
remake, though, right? They moved most of the social links into
Ryoji has
here.
presented you with a difficult choice. Have you made your decision? I have a favor to ask of you. Tomorrow, when Ryoji comes, please kill him. I can't
Small
bear
rocks
to
float
see
on water,
everyone
right?
hurting like
Or is that a
this.
duck?
Please choose to have your
A
memories
duck.
erased. Even if
Yeah.
it
Like that
means
too, sir.
forgetting everything and everyone.
I guess
Oh,
what
really?
are you
Interesting.
talking about?
Which two are social links?
Yeah,
Just
this
out of
isn't
curiosity.
like you.
Bummed out robot.
What's wrong, I guess?
She's having a robo bummer.
Why? Why did I come back here? My mission is to protect humanity from shadows. But now I know that I can't defeat them. So then, why am I here?
Oh, let me guess.
I'm
Is it
useless.
Aigis, Fuka, Mitsuru, and
I cannot even shed a
Yukari?
tear for you all.
Oh, big surprise!
Oh,
What a shock!
Why
God.
fight when you know that
Persona.
you can't win? What is the purpose of that? Why are you wasting
Yeah,
your
right,
lives?
Joing?
We're not wasting our lives.
Womp
We're just
womp.
planning for the future. Right, Ken?
Hey, what if I want to date Akihiko? What if I wanted to date Jude? Okay, that's ridiculous.
I
That's
don't
just absurd.
understand.
What if I want to have a really strong relationship
Must be
with
because I
Koro-chan,
don't
the best
possess
character in Persona
A
3?
life.
This has nothing to do with having a life.
I'm a machine. A machine
Oh, do you
that
have to
was
finish
created to
Shinjiro then
protect
before he
humans from shadows.
bites the
But
dust?
I can't fulfill that mission with the powers I was given. So then, what is my purpose now? Could someone please tell me?
Yeah, I agree, Sornus. Japan's a little bit further behind in that, aren't they?
We
You
don't
could just
know
take
the
Koro
answer,
for a
Aegis.
walk, that's true, Anime
The
Girl,
only
and
one
they
who
do
can
that.
tell you what your purpose
And that's its own
is
reward.
you.
We don't need to get a little number to
That's
appear
why
on the
we're having
screen.
such a hard time making our decision.
I was wrong, I
There's just
agree
no
with
easy
Anime Girl.
answer.
Just
But
walking
as long
Koro
as
and
we're
seeing how
alive,
happy he is, that's
we
enough.
have to do something. When we see
Punch
others
the nasty
hurting,
one.
we want to help them. So that's our
Koro is a
purpose.
social link in the portable version? That's cool.
Can finding one's purpose really be so simple?
Anyway, Sornus, yeah, I've heard that, like, Nintendo
When
and a
I
lot
saw
of
you
Japanese
collapse,
companies
I
have been
realized
behind on that.
something. I want to protect
BioWare
you.
was one of the
I
first
don't want
companies to
forget about
really
you.
embrace that. As far as like
Fuka-san.
offering games that had romance
There are
options,
times when
giving
you will
you
lose
gay
sight of your
options.
goal, and you will have to search for it. But if you can't
I was
find
impressed to
it,
see Yukapo's
then you
subblock
must
game
set
Longest
your heart
Journey
on a new
treat
goal.
that as well.
To truly live, you will need to make changes sometimes.
Yeah, sexuality equality
Do
in
you
general,
think I
right?
can do that? Do you think I can change?
Yes. I mean, you've changed so much.
Anime's been
already.
there for a while,
Haven't
hasn't
you
it?
noticed? In fact, you're
What
changing
did
even
why
as
did they
we
end up
speak.
cutting it from P4? Was it a political thing? Or do you mean like almost like the story was hinting in that direction and
I
then
know
just didn't
what my
terminate
purpose
there?
is. I'm a machine who is here to live. And the one who has
surprising they
given
needed
me
an
this
English
new
version of
purpose
Fire Emblem.
is me.
Aigis.
This
I think they
is
were just
the
being
promise
careful.
I've
The
made
mod's
to
just being
myself.
careful, in case I don't see
don't
something,
know
because we haven't
how
played
I'll
Persona
do
4
it,
before.
but
It'll be a
I
blind
guess that
playthrough
is
for me when I
part
do it
of
on
living,
stream.
too.
But if it's like just like an organizational thing about the game, like
Will you allow
did
me
they
to
choose to
join with you
include gay
all?
relationships, yes or no? That's
Of
just an
course,
interesting
you've
political
always
topic.
been one
I'm
of
okay
us.
with that in that case. But thank you,
Thank
mods,
you.
for being
I will be with
erring on
you
the side of
all,
caution and clearing chat.
no
Nobody's
matter
in trouble or
what
anything.
happens.
Yay, I guess. Is she gonna get her robot persona to evolve? Hooray, Pikachu becomes Raichu! Or I guess Magnemite. What's the best robot Pokemon? That's true. Yeah, you're right. I think... Was there one in Mass Effect 2? No, it was just Kelly Chambers, right? And she was bi. Because you didn't really have one in Mass Effect 1. I mean, Liara was questionable. She's kind of... even really shouldn't be called a she, technically, in that universe. Can I see... Yeah. I don't know if it'll actually let me see Aegis's persona. Alright, it's still weak against lightning, but it immune to piercing. That's kind of cool. It's a female. Yeah. I think honestly that, I don't know, 80% of ME3 was pretty good. There are good ideas, there are good bullet points. You could definitely feel the lack of Drew Karpyshyn, the guy who wrote the first 2 games and all the books. I can't really think of a lot of cases where like the main creative developer, the main writer, the main lead on a piece of fiction leaves the work and the work keeps its quality afterward. Like Gilmore Girls falls away. Several other video games where the lead dev moves on and it's not as good. Actually, maybe like Diablo 3. Jay Wilson leaves and the game is improved, but he was already like taking up the reins from Brevik and wasn't really living up to it. Yeah, just picking up old soundtrack music from 1 and 2 hurt it as well. The situation there being that Jack Wall said he tapped himself out writing the soundtracks for Mass Effect 1 and 2. He did all of his creative output and couldn't put out a soundtrack for Mass Effect 3 in the timeline that EA wanted. I think they put that way too fast as well. Yeah, do you have some examples of parts that you didn't like? I didn't like the way that they disconnected a lot of the story from the previous decisions that you made in the series. It's not something that you realize until after you've beaten it twice in both paths and realize that your decisions didn't really matter. But I do think that like the whole sequence with Morden and the Genophage Tower, that stuff is super good. Some of the best in the series. I don't think I have anything else to do. I might go check pharmacy real quick. Yes, sir. 20 more minutes for today. It's worth getting into. Clearly, I like Mass Effect, right? Got the hoodie and part of my stream theme, but it's still my favorite fictional setting. Like, it's definitely my favorite sci-fi setting by a long shot. It's a bummer that it didn't end in a way that was super satisfying. But I've grieved. I've moved on from denial, bargaining. Maybe they'll patch it. Yeah. No, I hear you about the Reaper thing too. I think that they wrote themselves into a corner with that anime girl, because like the thing with the Reapers is they're scary because they're fundamentally unknowable. They are the opposite of human. They can't have a definable motivation. And that's what makes them so great. When you have all this narrative potential in Mass Effect 1 and 2, you don't have to explore that. But when you decide, you know what, we're going to try to explore it, there's no way you can do it in a way that's satisfying.
Midnight's just around the
you can't
corner.
try to lend them a human
At midnight,
motivation
I will
that
change
feels
from
right.
this form into something unrecognizable. So, have you reached a decision?
Yeah, going into the homeworlds was cool.
Okay. I'll be waiting in his room until midnight.
Yeah, they're like Cthulhu, exactly. If you
Come
did
see
if
me
you
when
did
you have your
Lovecraftian fiction and you tried to define Cthulhu's motivations, it wouldn't work.
And one more
it wouldn't
thing.
be interesting.
Don't let the fact that you'll have to kill me influence your decision.
Oh, they're
As I
totally gonna
said
let that
before,
influence them.
I'm going to disappear anyways. I won't feel any pain by dying, so there's no need to worry about me. I'll be waiting.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if this is going to be a forced decision or if it's actually going to be a drop down.
Have you made your
for me.
decision? I see. Have the rest of you made your decision?
No need to ask me.
You
Yeah.
know how I feel.
Right. There's this...
I wouldn't be here
When
if
they're
I
a
wasn't
looming
on
threat,
board.
not only are they unknowable, but their
I'm with the
power is
rest of
unknowable,
you.
right?
I'm in too.
I guess they'd argue that, like,
I have made my
because
decision as
of the
well.
Prothean sacrifice in Mass Effect 1, like, they had time to
Then we're all
prepare,
in agreement, yes?
so they were better
Better
at
let 'em know
resisting it,
then.
but it's absurd.
Okay?
I saved right before going into this. I don't want to go too long over time. We'll see if there's a save point in the middle.
Hey.
Last time we had a segment like that, I put us way
It's
over.
been a long time since we talked like this in your room.
That's fair.
Although back then, I didn't appear in this form, and wasn't known by this name.
Koro-chan, no hesitation, best character, hands down, Zapdos.
Don't tell me you've all decided to let me live. You're all going to risk your lives on a battle you can't win. But you're the only one here right now, so... I'll I'll say this one more time. If you kill me, Tartarus, the Dark Hour, and your memories of the battles will all disappear.
Seems like a pretty sweet deal.
You'll wake up a normal high school student. You'll be able to live in peace until the moment of the fall. But if you let me live, you'll spend every waking moment until that day in fear of your inevitable death. Nyx cannot be defeated. It's useless to fight her. Are you still thinking? Or have you already made up your mind?
This is a very important decision. You must choose wisely. Thank you, game. It's interesting that they actually give you a yes-no here. I think that this is probably the true ending of letting him live.
I guess my words didn't change your mind. There's still some time until midnight. I didn't want to have to show you this, but I have no choice.
Whoa.
See? I'm not human.
Yeah, I know that. That's fine.
I will bring death to this world.
Is this
until
the
I'm
dude
finally
that
satiated.
chases you in Tartarus?
Do
Does
not
it look the
hesitate
same?
to
I don't
kill
really
me.
remember what he looked like.
I want you to think about this carefully. Is facing Nyx really the best decision?
Yes, absolutely.
Right now, you are all confused by the truth.
No, it's not the same? Okay.
But some things in this world cannot be changed. You do not understand this yet. Memories are ambiguous. Old ones can be replaced with new ones, creating a new reality. Don't you want to end all your friends' pain and suffering? It's up to you. You're the only one
Oh,
who can make this
really?
decision.
Anime girl.
Now, this is your last
Oh,
chance.
that's cool.
Tell me your answer.
There's no way I would have remembered that in a million years. I think we played this game for Darkstar's subblock, geez, like 6 months ago? That's cool.
I understand. It's regrettable, but it's your life. You can do what you want with it. I will respect your decision.
Yeah, Thanatos, son of Nyx.
Let's go back to the lounge. I need to tell you guys how to confront Nyx.
So if I had chosen, since I didn't pick it, if I had picked the other option, would I get a
Yo,
bad ending
what's
and
up,
credits
Ryoji?
there or something? Right, sir.
It's an unfortunate decision, but it is yours to make.
You can remember a cigarette butt for
That's
6 months.
right.
You can fucking remember death.
But you can't defeat Nyx. It's impossible.
But we must still try.
Personally, I don't
Does,
care if it
does
is
the
impossible.
speed run count that as ending the game?
I understand. It's almost midnight, so I'll keep this brief.
Karaoke, the
I'll
end of
tell
my
you
life.
where to find Nyx.
Punching bag game. I'd
She'll
like to
be
think
in
he was playing
Tartarus.
Punch Out.
You must reach the top of the tower before the promised day.
When's the promised day?
That's appropriate that Tartarus actually has the final boss.
Exactly 1 month from tomorrow.
Okay.
January 31st, 2010. Nyx will descend to Tartarus, and the world will end. If you go to the top of Tartarus on that day, you'll be able to face her.
You have to do it on that
The tower
day?
exists for the purpose
Oh,
of Nyx's
interesting.
coming. As the appriser, I usher Nyx into this world, and Tartarus welcomes her arrival.
The tower exists for the purpose of Nyx's coming. That's why it's called the Tower of Demise. So if we reach the top, we can fight Nyx?
Spooky past Ganondorf lives there.
Yes, but remember, from today you will fight against eternal despair. Like I've said so many times before,
Every day I
Nyx
wake up
cannot
and
be
fighting against
defeated.
eternal despair.
when you face her,
To me IRL for
you
me
will finally
IRL.
understand this truth. And then you will realize what it is you are trying to stand against.
We understand. There's no need to keep telling us. January 31st. We won't forget that date.
Yay, it's been worth it to climb Tartarus all this time.
Well, I'll be going on ahead of you then.
Can you
I
neglect
wanna
Tartarus?
leave you while I'm
Could you
still in
be
this
like a bunch of floors behind at this point in the game or no?
I guess I I'm sorry for all the pain and suffering I put you through.
I won't forget that you were my enemy and my friend.
Could I be at a point where I'm still like on
I
the first
guess.
block of Tartarus here? I mean, that would be ridiculous. He wouldn't have been strong
This will
enough to
probably
fight
be
the
last
full
time we'll
moon
see you all
shadows,
like this. But I'll always be watching over you. Well,
yeah.
goodbye.
I'm just curious if it's technically possible. Yeah, right?
Best wishes in the coming year.
I wonder at what point you'd be hard limited by
That's
fatigue.
what you say on New Year's Eve, right? See ya.
Later, Doug. Power of friendship.
That Ryoji.
Oh, death. What a guy. Hey, the full Archon is done. Hooray! Ooh, Susano. So what's the... Can someone tell me the mythology of that particular character? That's in Bravely Default as well, and I've seen it in a couple other games. It's a Japanese deity, right? Nani? Oh, what's this one? It's a different Arcana? Judgment. Interesting. Is it, should I be pronouncing that, Susanoo? Is that right? Yeah, the legendary swordsman who fought Orochi. Exactly, Sornas. Hey, thanks, game. It's Susanuo? Uo, not Oo. Interesting, okay. Oh, he's a brother of Matarasu. Yeah, what's the Thanatos trivia? Like, the Greek character Thanatos
Year,
legends? Happy
Let's
New
make
Year.
this the best year ever.
Yeah! Hooray!
It's New Year's, but there's nothing really special to do.
Hubert
Well, you can
Farnsworth
always
over
wish
here.
people a New Year's greeting. Like, have a great year.
Yeah. Happy New Year to you too, Koro.
Not exactly the same as, like, Lord of the Underworld.
Oh man, I completely overslept. Why'd I stay up all night watching that stupid movie?
Oh, as long as it doesn't have spoilers for things that are coming up later in the game, sure, Legend. But if it was things in the past, go ahead. Maybe discuss it in Hide first, and if they think that it's cool, you can post it in the main chat.
Is anyone gonna visit the shrine?
No, I don't believe in
Okay.
superstitions.
Yeah, Akihiko, man.
Me either.
Points for y'all go way up.
Oh, that's too bad. Yukari-san and the others are already there. They're all wearing kimonos.
Kimonos, huh?
Thanks, Junpei.
I'm gonna run to the store.
Hold it right there, Junpei.
What?
You're going to the shrine, aren't you?
Nobody exists on purpose. No one belongs anywhere. Everyone's gonna die. Let's climb the spooky hell tower. It's such a good episode of Rick and
yeah.
Morty, too.
Well, I'm going with you then. I'm bored.
Oh, I'll go too.
All right then, let's go. You coming?
Anyone know where it is?
Yeah, the girls told me the directions.
Sweet.
Nice. The return of Stupe. He had developed so far. It was great. What was the first day of Persona 3? Like, the date of the beginning of the game?
Happy New Year! Let's all do our very best this year. Hey, you guys are late. We were just about to leave.
Hey, I'll get new costumes.
Yucatan.
What?
Happy New Year. Hmm? What's the matter, Yori?
Mitsuru-senpai. You look hot.
Oh god.
Stop staring at me.
This is the tone whiplash thing I was talking about.
I've never worn a kimono before. Does my sash look okay?
Fuka.
Yeah, right, Joy?
Wow.
It's April.
Jeez.
So it's April 2009?
This traditional clothing is quite
Was it April
interesting.
2008?
However, it's difficult to move in.
I'm so glad I came. New Year's kicks ass.
2009,
Yeah.
okay.
Junpei-san, why are you acting so strange?
Man, we got to see some great stuff today.
Robo
Right,
Mono.
Akiko-senpai?
I guess so.
Hey, aren't you guys cold?
A little, but I love this time of year.
That's not what I meant. Junpei-san said that you guys aren't wearing anything underneath.
Okay, we're not escaping this apparently. I thought maybe it was gonna go somewhere important.
Ow!
Based on a true story. Yeah, it's no worries, Joy. Ooh, new music. That's cool. If it wasn't for these Japanese teens... Thanks, Japanese teens. They should have switched to this music as soon as we figured this whole thing out after the penultimate full moon.
What did you wish for, Fuka?
I would. It's a bit generic.
That's what I want as well.
How funny.
But it wasn't a plea for help. I know that we'll be victorious.
We should get going.
You won't guess what this group of Japanese teenagers fought in January of 2010. Yeah, right? Memories of the town. Hey, good looking out, Elizabeth. I hope there's not new, like, gear to buy. I just spent, like, a little over 1,000,000 yen upgrading everything, and it didn't matter. Hey, new music, too. Perfect. I'm really glad. I think they missed a chance to switch to this theme a little bit earlier in the game. Resolve theme. So we got about 6 minutes left in the stream. I'll see if I can climb up to the next boss. I guess we'll see where we get. I'll make a save file in the basement. If we don't get terribly far, I might just load from there. Shit. Well, I probably have more stuff I can sell to be able to equip the new gear. I shouldn't have bought last time though, since I didn't do anything else in Tartarus. I'll do that on Monday. I'll buy some more things. Yeah, there you go, anime girl. You get the award for best clickbait title. These Japanese teenagers climb a tower. What happens next will warm your heart. Around R saved you a click. Wait, did I take Aigis instead of Koro-chan? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa. Hold the phone. Does, okay, I shouldn't ask this question. I'm excited to see if Koro's persona evolves. Later, enjoying, sleep well. Yeah, no worries. Just about done anyway. I'll be signing off in about 5 minutes. Tomorrow we're going to be doing Sub-Block and starting up Life is Strange. Wednesday is Mario Maker and Monster Hunter. Thursday, Friday, more Castlevania. Life is Strange and more of this game. That sword looks cool. I think he's holding it differently too.
Three of them! Strike first!
There's 3 of them. He's holding that weapon like Cloud holds the Buster Sword, which I guess is just probably a standard way to hold the sword. Different than his previous swords, though. Is that the only two-handed, like, saber-type weapon? It doesn't count as a large sword like what Junpei uses, right, I assume? So I probably need to buy some stuff. I may as well go for money there. Oh, really? Interesting. Okay. Does that change the kind of damage it deals or anything like that? Yeah, I know they can use any weapon. I wanted to stick with a one-handed sword, though. It's still evolved from a sword, I thought. Oh, judgment as we climb floors, probably. Okay. Favorite music track in the game? Even though you hear it a shit ton, Mass Destruction is probably stuck with me. I like the original super goofy school theme. Bearside Hope from Impassive or whatever. Oh, shit. Well, that's not how I wanted to start this fight. At least I didn't have to use the homunculus there. Death Castle. Wind, I'm gonna guess, maybe? Yeah, wind was correct.
Here's our chance. Let's do it.
You put the second school theme. There's a couple boss fights that were pretty cool too. I think I'm just gonna finish fighting this guy and then we'll go back downstairs and sign off for the night. Oh, yeah. I know, right? Shadows on these floors are nasty. I probably need to grind around here for a little bit. Guessing the bosses on the way up are going to be tough too. Bummer.
Here's our chance. Let's do it.
Which song is Master of Shadow? I'll kill Ken here before I get a chance to finish him. There we go. Yeah. Full on tank with like the 650 health. Fairly nice. Lots of choices between our Arcana, our Personae that don't have elemental weaknesses. Not as much XP from that fight as I was expecting though, given the effort. Maybe it would have been a lot if we had gotten a wand card at the end of it. Cool guys, thanks everybody for chilling. Let me give you an update of what's coming up for the rest of this week. I know, Ben, you're so hungry and so furry. Tomorrow we're going to be playing Life is Strange, it's a new game that just won on the voting spreadsheet, along with doing some games for Patreon sub-block in the evening. Wednesday's going to be more Mario Maker and Monster Hunter Generations in that order. Thursday we'll finish Castlevania 3 Dracula's Curse, start Castlevania Curse of Darkness, if you want to call it Dracula. Friday will be a mix of Life is Strange and Persona 3. We'll see if we can at least get up to the final boss on Friday. We don't know if that's going to be possible in 2.5 hours. We'll see. Go to vote.marstead.com to vote for the next game. Note that after we beat Persona 3, we'll be changing over to the new voting system. So it's pretty much the same as it is right now, but the cost to vote is going to scale with how long the game is. Longer games will be more expensive, and shorter games will be cheaper. So that'll probably be by the end of October. I would expect that to be the case. Keep that in mind when you vote. Go to games.marstead.com to see a list of all the games we've played on stream so far, including YouTube playlists for all of them. Have a good night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.